prayer. Everybody feels like they're praying. Sure.
Just somebody put the share as well.
That's a weird way of asking.
I'll tell you what I can use.
Your sound,
All right,
sound.
okay. Are you involved in the avalanche stuff?
We have
Your
people
volume.
up there, but it's,
The next one.
things are actually have taken a pretty stable. Water's making it through. And roadway, I don't know if the roadway's clear, but, they anticipate that when the water finally breaks through and starts coming, it probably won't be any worse than the snow melt and that kind of stuff. And it should, the majority of it's in, not on the area. So I think it's really making great progress.
That's scary. All right, are we ready? How will I know when will I hear the voice?
No, the sound wasn't on when I started, but we're recording.
We're recording now. Okay, welcome to our Provo Municipal Council work meeting. It is Tuesday, January 10th at 1:02 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can view council meetings on YouTube or Facebook, where they may attend in person at Provo City Hall. I remind participants to limit side conversations and noise when not speaking, to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast. My name is George Hanley, Council Chair. I'm joined here by fellow council members, Councilor McKay, Vice Chair, Councilor Ellsworth, Councilor Whipple, and Councilor Shipley, and Councilor Hoban is temporarily excused, as is Councilor Fillmore. We also have Wayne Parker, Chief Administrative Officer, Justin Harrison, our Executive Director. I don't know, is Brian joining us eventually? Yes. And we welcome staff, all other staff who are here. I assume the mayor will be joining at some point. We're calling in, we're starting. Travis Hoban just joined us. So we'll have an opening prayer offered by Chief Jim Miguel.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before Thee this afternoon in this council work session, expressing our gratitude, our love and our appreciation for the many blessings which we've received. We are thankful for the rain, for the moisture that falls upon the earth, and we pray that those that are negatively impacted by it may receive the help that they need from their neighbors and from those that have been called to serve them. We are thankful for this opportunity to get together and talk about the priorities of Provo, to understand the direction that we will be heading, and to understand the great things that have been done and those things that can be done to continue to further this city as an incredible place to live and to work. We ask a blessing upon these council members as they discuss those things, that they might be guided by Thy Spirit, and that they may know of the appreciation and the support we have for them. We're grateful again for all that Thou hast given us, and we ask for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Let me just say, however, that I see some department heads and staff here who may want to offer comments. I hope you don't feel, I know it's a little awkward because you're right behind me, so if you just want to tap me on the shoulder or wave frantically, but we're very grateful that you're here. We know that we're going to want to hear from you as we discuss various items today. So this is a valuable meeting for the council and for the city, I think, to help us have a sense of direction for the week. So we're grateful you're here. I do need to quickly approve minutes from November 15th, 2022 work meeting and November 29th, 2022 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes to these minutes? Seeing none, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. So our first item is a discussion that will review the progress of fiscal year 2022-2023 council priorities. Justin, do you want to kick us off on this one?
I will. No, thank you, Chair Hanley. So the idea in kind of laying out the template for this meeting was to talk about the priorities that the council had put together in a budget letter from FY 2023, and then talk about the progress that we've made on those goals, and then talk about the coming year and the coming fiscal year. So in the backup material, you'll see that letter that was submitted from the council to the administration in FY 23. And this slide really highlights those priorities that were adopted by the council. First being housing and a housing audit. This was talked about at length during the last priorities meeting, and just wanted to briefly go through and give an update on each of these items. Feel free to interrupt if there are questions or if there's subsequent discussion, but really just wanted to kick off by giving the council an update on where we are halfway through FY 23. So the state is conducting a housing audit statewide, and that is being really overseen by the Department of Workforce Services through the Commission on Housing Affordability. The legislature appropriated funds for the Kem Gardner Policy Institute to conduct the audit. And so they are in the process of putting together their databases and deciding on the different data points through that committee on what will be part of that audit. I don't have a timeline on when that will be finished or ready, but they continue to meet regularly, and Kem Gardner is working on that database, which will be done sometime this year. So as we have more updates, we'll be sure to update the council. I know that's not great detail, but that's where the state is at this point. One of the benefits of the state doing this audit is that it will be continually updated. There was some discussion amongst the council of the city doing our own audit, which could be beneficial. But as soon as that audit is really done, it's going to be out of date if there's not this recurring update of the data. So we should see some benefit come out of that audit as it's completed and continually updated through the Gardner Policy Institute. So any questions or discussion on housing audit, or let me know if you just want me to kind of roll through and see if there are questions.
Do we have any opportunity to help them know criteria for the audit, or we have that particular issue with student housing batching and things like that, and I don't know if their audit would take that into account at all?
Well, that's a great question. The league has been very involved with the Commission on Housing Affordability. I'm sure that's something that we can pass on to them. I know Malia's been knee deep in all things housing, so.
Yeah, so in the Commission on Housing Affordability, which they call themselves CHA, so I would say CHA, that's what it is. But they met on the 27th, so 2 weeks ago, to actually discuss the data points that are going to be involved in the audit. By Q3, they're planning to have all of the data collected and then putting it in a format that then cities and counties can regularly look at, but then that can also be an ongoing updated database. At that meeting, throughout this entire process, they're going to SHAW to kind of inform them on the data that they're using and what is being inputted. So the minutes for that meeting are not out yet, but I can send you the specific data points that they added in addition to what the Gardner Institute already has. And they're pulling data from everywhere that Brandon and I pulled when we tried to do our own internal. But then they also have demographers and people who are experts in this kind of housing predictions. And one cool thing about their database is that it's also going to be able, in tandem, it's going to give a live look at housing, but then also you'll be able to analyze that with the housing demand in your area and what is needed in your area, what types of units. And then obviously that can't be catered down to our general plan and our goals, but it will help us kind of interpret the data better than just numbers. So it's an ongoing thing with the commission.
I wonder if, on that issue, I mean, I do feel like we're understandably waiting on them, but on the other hand, waiting on them is not really helping us a whole lot. And I'm pretty confident that whatever data we do get from them is not going to be entirely accurate, given the kind of issues that, you know, we're dealing with our student renter population and so on. So I've wondered if we ought to consider funding maybe like a smaller scale audit that just looks at student housing in the city, or measures the difference between April 1st and May 1st in terms of housing, or August 1st and September 15th, so that we have some data about changes in the housing demographics in the city as a result and the beginning of a semester. I don't know, I'm just brainstorming, but you know, otherwise it sounds like we're just gonna wait this out.
Yeah, and I mean, I could also, the lead on the audit at the Garner Institute, we could schedule a meeting with them and kind of really get the details of everything, and then also bring up our concerns and see if they have any suggestions, or if they already have data pulled for things like that.
That would be really helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can definitely
maybe
do that.
got some ways to get around it or get at that data more accurately. A somewhat related question, which isn't so much housing as it is income, but I always know that when we're talking about grocery stores or retail, we're talking about rooftops and we're talking about income. I've wondered if we shouldn't get more data. I know BYU has some data. I don't know how extensive it is about the economic impact on the city of Provo. And I wonder if we can get access to that information to help tell our story a little better to retailers and grocery stores, so that they understand what the actual spending capacity of Provo citizens is, rather than using metrics that are probably not accurate. But that's only adjacently related to housing, but I thought I'd slip that in there. Any other comments about housing?
I'm of the opinion that we could go ahead and do our own commissioner and housing audit, hire a consultant, spend the money, and plan on doing it every 2 years. Because I don't know, I mean, the state data will be interesting from one level, but it might just be a generated report without a lot of nuance. Kind of sounds like where they're headed. And one thing that we might run into is the state could be using those reports in order to create different classes of cities that are complying or not complying with certain housing requirements. And if we had our own data, it would tell a better story. I just think that there's a huge lack of data every time we make a zoning or housing decision. And so I'm fully supportive of spending the money.
Is that a motion? Or what would you,
Well,
what would we like to direct staff to do?
I could have a meeting with the Garner Institute and really figure out what data points they have and then present that in a work meeting. And at that point, we can have a motion on what, or a discussion at least on what the council would like to do.
I like that.
I think it would be good to find out what data points they intend to include, and then find out what cities in other states are doing in order to quantify and understand housing. Otherwise we're just comparing it without a baseline. We're not comparing it. There is no comparison.
Presumably they have comparable situations in Orem, Ogden, Logan, that they're aware of.
Yeah, Logan did like a parcel by parcel audit internally. Because when you're looking at their ADU maps and then also their single family home maps, all of that, they have like this number of homes and then they have like each individual house highlighted. They have very specific
Maybe if you
data.
could learn about what they did, how much it cost them, and how valuable they think it's been, that would be helpful.
And not just Logan, there's other cities that have done really comprehensive reports. I support that too.
Okay, so we'll hear back from Malia on that. Public safety?
So in the letter regarding FY23 budget priorities, public safety was brought up in really the sense of a staffing model. There was discussion of a study, the last one had been done in 2012, to see what were the needs of public safety departments, police and fire in the city. There was a lot of discussion regarding, I guess, the equation used nationally and then locally for number of police officers per 1,000 people. So currently, Provo City has 109 police officers. We have 118 budgeted. The national standard for a city of roughly our size of 117,000 people is 1.59 officers per 1,000, which would put us around 186 officers. The Utah average is 1.22 officers per 1,000 residents, which would put us at 142 officers. So we do fall currently below that average nationally for a city our size, as well as within the state of Utah. There was specific funding allocations in the FY23 budget for public safety, specifically for police. There was some that needed to be brought on for the airport, and it's anticipated that more will be needed moving forward. So another discussion regarding public safety staffing, I think is forthcoming.
Is it still the feeling of the council that this is a priority to have a multi-year plan?
For me, the importance of that is just that we don't reset the table every year with the idea of like just asking almost arbitrarily, like how many officers should we try to support? I mean, it just seems like if there was some kind of 5 or 7 year, strategy that we were trying to undertake where we expand over time because we know there'll be population expansion during that same time. Just seems like there should be some rhyme or reason to how we approach that instead of just, well, this year we've got extra budget, let's hire some new officers. Just seems like that's how we approached it a few years ago. So I was hoping for something that looked out a little bit further.
I think Chief Miguel had a.
Oh yeah, after the police discussion, I prepared something for the fire discussion. So in 2022, fiscal year 2022, we did a fire master plan. And one of the needs of the master plan was a wildland urban interface person. And that was hired actually in this fiscal year. We hired the wildland urban interface. We also hired 6 part-time fuel mitigation people. They worked during the summer months, and the good news is that had no impact on the general fund. That came out of revenue raised while we're out of state, fighting wildfires, and in-state fighting wildfires for that matter. And then the master plan calls for obviously fire station number 1. Fire station number 1 is being drawn right now. It's not anticipated that the station will actually be ready for occupying until early fiscal year 2025. At such time, in order to staff that the way the plan calls for and to add an engine into the downtown and meet the needs of this growth, we're talking about 6 FTEs to open that fire station because we have an ambulance already staffed for that station, but the master plan calls for staffing a fire engine in the downtown, so we'll have a full 4-person house like we do in the other locations, and then it will likely be before we can get everything dialed in and figure out our exact needs with the growth that is taking place in the Northwest. Fire station number 6 is on the docket, but probably not until 2030 or beyond, maybe a year or 2 after that. And the other big issue with fire is the airport. If you remember, we did not ask for any increase in budget for the airport because we didn't know what to ask for. We weren't going to staff it with any
full with any FTEs. We were going to staff it as efficiently as we could because of the hours in which the flights come in. So we adjust staffing out there every day according to the flight, the times that we need to be out there. And it's actually staffed with overtime firefighters, which when you look at the fully loaded weight of the firefighter, it's probably 1.6. So we save a little bit by not only do we save a little bit by not hiring full-time employees, but we also, there are 6 hours in the day that we don't have to staff the airport because really there's nothing going on after midnight and nothing going on before 6 in the morning. And so we have that 6 hours that it doesn't make any sense to have staffing out there. But we will have to have, now that we kind of know what the airport has developed into and the incredible success that we've enjoyed there. We had just talked in our leadership meeting this morning about getting together, having a conversation about what the long-term fire protection program looks like for the airport. But for right now, the 80 firefighters that we have are working shifts to fill that time. Sometimes a couple hours a day, most of the time, pretty early in the morning to pretty late at night.
Do we have any more sense, Wayne, about police? Are you going to do another audit study to figure out what our needs are? Are we just still aiming for the 118 and worry about it after that point?
But I think there's a couple of things. So yeah, clearly it's been difficult to be fully staffed. We're in ask any one of our directors who are here, we are significantly understaffed as the result of what's happening in the workforce. Right? Very low unemployment. We keep adjusting wages up and we keep running into the same challenges about attracting qualified applicants. I appreciated Justin's commentary that, figuring out police staffing is probably a lot more nuanced than how many officers per 1,000 residents you have. The last study we did in 2012 looked at self-directed policing time, which is generally the best measure for whether or not you have an adequately staffed department. In other words, if they're just running from call to call to call to call and can't do anything proactive, that's decidedly unacceptable. You would like them to have a certain percentage of every shift where they're not running from call to call. And then they can be proactive and be doing things in neighborhoods. And they can be, taking a more assertive approach to crime prevention as opposed to responding to crime. And so again, I think if again, unfortunately, and we've talked about this, we got your priority list pretty late in the game last year for budget. So again, I think we're looking for the opportunity. If this is still a high priority for the council, I think we hope you put it in your budget priorities so we can plan for it in that kind of budget year.
Well, I think you're looking for a signal from us that still remains a priority, and I don't hear anything to the contrary.
Yeah,
So,
and again, we'll want you to work through your whole list of options, and then let's see what comes out the top. And again, as we tried to commit to you before, to the extent at all possible, if we have your priorities early, we will do our very best to work into the budget process.
yeah, what you're saying is that all these expenses are related somehow?
It's in many ways, it's a zero-sum game. Right?
Yeah. Well, and I think it's our intention as a council to continue the property tax cost of living increase that we did last year, which hopefully always means that you have a little bit, and we did specify last year that was for public safety. I don't know that there's any intention to say otherwise this next year, but I think that's also something that you should be able to count on. Okay. All right, any other comments about this issue before we go into government administration operations?
All right. So there were a couple of items that came up related to government administration. First was IS and cybersecurity. This was talked about at length in the last budget cycle. And on November 29th at a regular council meeting, the council approved just over $15,000 in a match from administrative services to conduct an IS assessment. That's currently underway. The consultants met on site with virtually all the departments, if not all of them, to assess their needs and the needs of the IS department. And so kind of next steps, that report will be ready with recommendations at the end of February. So the intention is for that the council to be updated and briefed and see what those next steps are. I don't know if there are any specific questions there or.
Yeah, I mean, this has been mentioned again this year by several council members as I think that presentation that Josh gave back last budget cycle really caught our attention. And so I mean, we know it could potentially be a pretty expensive venture. So we're cautiously supportive as long as we can find a way to afford it, but I think it's still a priority.
Well, I don't know, John, do you want to talk about maybe a few things we've done kind of mid-year, both cybersecurity as well as getting specialized folks on staff to help with kind of City View?
Sure. I would just mention that cybersecurity is probably not a surprise to anybody, but there continues to be a heightened awareness of it, and we've been very proactive in preparing for it. Another thing that we've encountered is our cybersecurity insurance that we get through Olympus. They continue to expect and ask for more, and so the standard is being raised, and we feel like we are also raising that standard. Right now, we're in the process of selecting a vendor that basically provides a service that goes out and looks and monitors the activity and the potential threats of our current environment out there, and so that's being looked at. I believe we just recently, I just got some information today on Workday that I know we've been interviewing with somebody that will be working with our City View and on-base process, and they've been offered and accepted, and so that's moving forward. I'd also mention that David Eltis, who's the one that's leading this review or this assessment, I think we can schedule him to probably virtually, maybe even come out here in person and report directly to the council, so you can hear directly from him their assessment of what they're recommending. And so that's kind of where things are at. It's definitely on the forefront of everybody's minds. And Tyler, our cybersecurity analyst, is spending a significant amount of time going and looking at that and reviewing that. Of course, we have Matt and others on the IS team that are working along with him. So that's kind of an update.
Thanks, Dave. Any other questions? Alrighty. There was also really a push to ensure with, again, Wayne has mentioned, low unemployment rate and the ability to retain employees. There was a push from the council to ensure, also paired with with inflation that we're all living with, to ensure that there were market rate studies done for positions throughout the city. Those are conducted yearly by HR, so those are completed and were completed this year, and adjustments have been made. Also, cost of living increases were brought up, and a 5% cost of living increase was part of the FY23 budget. So don't know if there's continued concerns there, if there's anything additional that can be added, that can be brought back.
Well, I think the general principle that I assume, again, speaking, if I'm not representing other people's feelings on it, I think the issue was we want to be competitive and we trust your analyses on where we would need to make improvements. I know it's a moving target, obviously, but to the degree that you have those concerns, when you come to us with budget requests, I think we're gonna be pretty interested in being helpful.
How does the city feel about their positioning right now?
John, go ahead.
I was just talking to Daniel softly about this, just yesterday, and asking him if he's, we hear that we're seeing some signs of inflation slowing, and I asked him if he's seeing any indications from a payroll and job and rate perspective, if we're seeing any slowing, and he said we're seeing as much pressure on increases in compensation and with competition and what we're needing to do to be competitive as ever. And so I think we're going to have, we're in a situation equal to, if not more urgent than last year.
And how are we doing with current staffing levels, Steve? I mean, are we behind the eight ball, we feel like?
There are, we don't have huge, but there are areas in the city where we're having a difficult time recruiting and keeping talented staff on board. And so I don't think it's everywhere, but there are places and signs that, this is tough. We've had a real tough time with engineering positions, of course, with police and fire, that's always a challenge, yes. So we are watching it and monitoring.
We are struggling mightily in seasonal and part-time. There's just no available market, and in a department like ours that has over 800 employees and 50 of those are full-time, that filling that other 750 has been really tough. And I don't know if I have the answer yet. It's amazing. I don't know where they've all gone. I don't know what has happened over that 2 years that we all adjusted our lifestyles and stuff, but something is very, very different, and we don't have the answer yet. And we're at critical mass almost every single day at our facility.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's sweating.
I mean, what's the good news?
Don't worry.
Scott looks great in a swimsuit there.
As a lifeguard.
Utilizing for a little extra cash. Well, we'll remain vigilant with you on that.
All right, the last item that came up regarding government operations was in regard to general fund reserves and keeping those at the maximum level. The state allows for up to 35% of the current fiscal year budget to be kept in reserves. Our current reserves are at 34.2%, so we are very close to that maximum level. I know that's been something that's brought up multiple times by Councilor Shipley, is just being fiscally prudent and keeping the city in a great position.
I feel like it was yesterday that we said, we were at 22 or something and we were aiming for 25. How did that happen? It's just incredible.
One of the ways I would say is we just continue to see strong sales tax revenue. And that part of that's related to inflation. I think a big part is related to the economy in Utah and how it's outperforming the national economy. Another part of it's related to growth, and 50% of our sales tax comes from the population distribution, and 50% comes from point of sale. But overall, we continue to see strong sales tax revenue. And even in this new fiscal year that we're in right now, it's not quite where it was last year, but we're still above budget and still seeing significant increases. I did bring this note, it's interesting, and I'll just kind of read these to you. In 2017, our fund balance was 20.5%. In 2018, it was 23.96. 2019, 24.32. 2020, 22.94, and then 21 was 30, and then 22 is 34.2 cents. It was like cents, so that.
So, I mean, I'll play devil's advocate here. We have a lot of pressures on, I'm sure you have cost pressures too, right?
Well, yeah, we talked about wages and
I mean, even outside of wages,
It's across everything, yeah.
Yeah.
They talked about the challenges they're having with CIP projects, yes.
I mean, I think we're all kind of bracing for this recession that's supposed to happen. We've been waiting since 2008. We got a little short one, because of COVID, but, when's this recession gonna happen, and we're preparing for that. It's not a bad thing. It's definitely good, but are we overextending maybe how much we set aside for a rainy day, and then maybe we're sacrificing the fact that we, got hundreds of employees that we still need to fill positions for? I don't know. I mean, is there a balance that needs to be struck, or are we okay?
Well, each year, and last year was no exception, and as I sit here and hear our discussions with council priorities, which I think they're all great, but I think this year is going to be a tough year from a budget perspective too, just because even though revenues are going up, costs are going up more. And then we also worry that, we talk about, a recession promise, when we have our sales tax revenues, they're going to start dropping, what are we going to see? And so there's a lot of uncertainty, and we try to, as we mentioned in our annual financial report, we continually be cautiously optimistic, but it's still a difficult thing. I can tell you right now, our needs and expenses outweigh the revenues, even with the increases that we see coming in.
Well, speaking for myself personally, I don't see any reason to continue to fill that general fund reserve. If there's needs that, like you're hearing about throughout the city, and we're making more revenue, I'd rather spend that money on the needs that we have in the city than feel like we got to get exactly at 35%.
We're roughly there right now.
Yes, so. Yeah, and Councilor Fillmore, sorry, I didn't say has arrived, so.
Yeah,
And Michelle
simply,
Lucy.
you've kind of championed this. It's a good thing. Do you feel like we still need to be at these levels, or from your perspective? I mean, you're no expert, of course, but you're pretty smart. And we rely on you for, your thoughts on the markets and economy and all that. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on continuing to maintain 35%, or maybe we use it for a rainy day. Maybe this is a rainy day with our staffing and challenges that we have. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that in general?
Well, to that last point, if we call this a rainy day, we're being irresponsible. Honestly, things are so good from a revenue standpoint. As hard as they are, to have the state unemployment at 2.2, which makes everybody really in a bad spot, when it comes to employment. As bad as it is from a revenue standpoint, it's as good as it ever has been. It's been phenomenal the last few years. And the concern that I have is if you don't prep something like this, when we get on the other side of that sales revenue number at some point, and it starts to come the other direction on us, which it will temporarily at some point, if you put to increase service, the service level of the city, which is always the balancing act that we're trying to do, if you create a service level and expectation of citizens that you can't maintain into a recession, then I think we've done a huge disservice to the citizenry as well. So it's like telling your kids, hey, this year we had a good year, so we're going to have a huge Christmas, and next year, we'll see how it goes. That doesn't go over well with your kids. Like if you take them to Disneyland this year and give them nothing next year, that might be a nice lesson in life, but it's a hard. It's just citizenry can't go from 120 cops down to 80 because of the finances of the city at some point. We have to maintain, a level that we've established at some point. And so that's the concern for me is if we use these new revenues and this huge windfall revenue that we've accomplished, we add the services that we have to do necessarily at the airport and with this new building here, which increase the ongoing expense of our city significantly. If you add to that additional, service costs, and overlook something that is pretty easy for us right now to maintain, right? I just don't want to take away from it. I just think it's important for us to keep our eye on that and keep it there.
So your risk management pain point is greater right now than, say, the pain point of some of these immediate needs around.
I think it's a balancing thing, right? It's not mutually exclusive. We've been able to, I think the finance department's done a great job of increasing our general reserve at the same time that we did the cost of living adjustment, at the same time that we built 2 huge facilities that take a lot of ongoing expense associated with them. So I think you can do both, but the moment you start looking beyond that and saying, hey, you know, we've got these extra revenues, let's make everything better. I think we're putting ourselves in a very uncomfortable situation the next year or two.
Well, I think we have to distinguish though between like ongoing expenses and one-time expenses. So maybe in your analogy about Disneyland, I don't see any problem with a one-time expense. If we say we've got extra money in our reserves and we see a piece of property that the city wants to purchase or an investment we want to make in a particular facility, but it's not going to be an ongoing annual thing like a salary adjustment or a new hire would be. So I think what you're saying applies to those ongoing things, but the one-time expenses seem less risky in that regard.
I agree that the thing I think we've overlooked the last year, and it was pretty sobering when we got the numbers on just the maintenance of this building and the airport, is that some of those one-time expenses that we think are one-time expenses really are not one-time expenses. It significantly increased the cost of the city on an ongoing basis to have this building and the airport. And they're necessary, right? We want them, we all want them, we agree that we need them, but we incurred a substantial ongoing expense associated with those as well.
I want to mention too, Dave's 100% right not every time, but in large part when there's a large capital expense, then there's the O&M that comes behind it, right? And it's not just the immediate economic cycles that we have to pay attention to, but in 15, 20 years, our city will be built out. And how are we going to manage infrastructure when we're not growing at the same rate that we are now? So I think there's some conservative or different forecasts that we should consider.
I think we're agreeing in large part because we're so close to this already. I guess my thought is if the proposal was, let's take 5 or 10% of this off to improve services now, I would just be significantly opposed to that because I think we're in just a windfall environment from a sales tax perspective right now, from a revenue standpoint. If we can't make it work right now, I guess my thought is like we're setting ourselves up for failure in the future.
Thanks. I always appreciate your thoughts.
Wet blanket. Buzzkill.
Parks and Rec.
All right, so there were a number of projects mentioned in the FY23 budget letter regarding Parks and Recreation. Scott's here, and I don't want to rain on his parade. I'm happy to give an update, or Scott, if you want to go over some of these topics. There's been an allocation from the council and support in terms of dollars. 5.5 million in ARPA funds were appropriated for the regional sports park, and there's been ongoing planning and meetings regarding Rock and Slate Canyon. But Scott, you want to?
Well, really appreciate the council's support on the regional sports park. That absolutely lit a fire under that project to where we are doing infrastructure bids, base and borrow, all those type of under the ground type bids coming in, and bids are coming in very well right now. So that gives you a forecast for next year, hopefully just a small one from one project, that the quality and the numbers that we're seeing in construction costs are substantially better than what we have seen in some other projects. So we're getting that experience as we're doing that. We plan on having turf sod on ground in spring of 2014. That escalated that project. So we're going to start seeing the benefits of this project as we work from north to south out of the project. Then that allows some time to get some utilities and working with our friends in Public Works and work out of that south end and then bring in and finish out the complex in that one. But it gives us a huge complex to work with and start to sell. We've already met with the Utah Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we're already starting a plan to start selling our complex towards these regionals. And if you can imagine, Utah just hasn't been a site location because it's lacked this facility for so many years. We're on the top of the list. And once again, as building a recreation facility in this town, we should be concerned about overuse. No one in our perspectives ever thought our rec center was going to be utilized the way it is, or our ice arena, or our golf course, or our Cubby Center. And I think this is going to go into that to where it is, yes, this new facility is going to be exciting, and I appreciate council moving that on so this community can all get the benefit. The last number we've seen from the Vision Bureau is now $40 million in local spending that will come to our community, mostly in retail, hospitality, and restaurants in our community. And those are all the areas that we as citizens love to see strongly, and we'll see more of those things there. Rock Canyon Parks and Recreation Department was able to work with the county and get a grant, which covered half of the cost of that, more than half, 2/3 of the cost. And now we are working with our partners in Rock Canyon Preservation Alliance and fundraising and possible matching in cooperation with the council to match that and bring us to the finish line on the Rock Canyon project and get that going. So great progress made in that area, added this as priority. Slate Canyon, we had an internal meeting to make sure that all the departments are on the same page with their ideas for that area, to make sure that when we go to citizens that we have both the recreation facilities and the needed public works facilities accounted for and into that area. Thought it was a real productive meeting. We ran into the holidays, so we didn't want to start our neighborhood meetings on Christmas Eve. So we decided to come after the new year and start that and get it going. But that Slate Canyon is going to be one of the most exciting projects we'll ever do in Parks and Recreation. And really excited about the progress we're going to make with the city and the neighborhood on those areas. So I feel like we're matched with the budget priorities and moving on those projects.
As far as financing, it seemed to me that Rock Canyon, I don't want to say it's taken care of because we have to fundraise and we're going to have to appropriate some funds there, but that doesn't feel big of a longer term expense compared to Slate Canyon. But Slate Canyon needs all planning before we have a price tag. Right, then we have something to sell, and I think that's one of the skill sets both with Provo City and our connections and with our Parks and Rec departments. We find alternative funding sources to be able to move this towards the finish line. Rock Canyon, I think we could even start looking at it almost in a phased approach as we're fundraising. Then we were able to even start some of the construction and get moving on that. So excited for that. Yeah. So in terms of actual dollars, longer term, Slate Canyon, I think, is the one that's going to be, I was just thinking about what you were saying. We bought 29 acres there. That was a one-time purchase, but of course now we're saying, oh, we got to spend millions of dollars to improve that area and decide what we're going to do with it. So you're right.
And then we have to keep it up.
So I think we all have to be aware that that one's going to need some financial support eventually. It seems like Rock Canyon and Regional Sports Park are kind of ongoing current. Slate Canyon's still planning. Okay. And that, by the way, in our recent survey of priorities among council members, those things came up again. So we all like them. We all feel like they're high priorities for us. Public Works.
Yeah, so Public Works projects were also part of this letter that was sent to the administration, and some significant progress has been made. Talk about the culinary water treatment facility, sidewalk repair and replacement, and I don't want to step out of line, so I'll give a couple of brief updates. But Dave and Gordon are in the audience; they're the experts, and they can chime in. But the council appropriated approximately $20 million in ARPA funds for the culinary water treatment facility, which is another project that's moving forward. Sidewalk repair was a subject that came up in the FY 2023 budget meetings as well. And actually, engineering in conjunction with Utah State just conducted a sidewalk audit to talk about repair and replacement costs and kind of where we sit as a city. I know that was a concern that came up from a number of council members. Currently, the city budgets roughly $500,000 each year for sidewalk maintenance. And we're sitting at approximately $5 million worth of maintenance that needs to occur to get us up to what needs to be done. So I'll,
What was that number?
so currently $500,000 is budgeted per year for maintenance, and we are sitting at approximately $5 million in repairs that need to be done.
Justin, if I can clarify just a couple of things. Utah State did a really good job, and Gordon probably can fill in some of the gaps here on this information. As far as the repairs, the number is correct. It's about $5 million, but Gordon did add some additional information on adding disabled or handicap ramps on corners that are missing. It's about $10 million.
With a B?
10 million.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I haven't gone that far. We're still feeling in millions.
Dave running out big numbers.
Jimmy's not even here. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, 10 million for disabled ramps and corners. And so
That sounds great now.
It's significant. This is not a new topic for public works. We've oftentimes stressed the importance for the council to understand, we're kind of keeping up with sidewalk needs in the city, but kind of sensing that we're falling a bit behind in many areas. And particularly if we have development on the west side that's going to demand more sidewalks in particularly around elementary schools and other schools that are developed. We're just kind of sensing this, this tidal wave.
Meaning 500,000 might not be enough.
Probably not. Probably need to think really hard about more sidewalk funding. And again, I try to remind the council when I first started with the city, that number was 50,000 that the city was putting towards sidewalk. And so we've made significant progress in funding sidewalks, but with rising costs, with inflation, with concrete costs, and just, again, additional demand, would encourage the council to think, and it's going to be a priority for us as we talk with the administration and the mayor about budget.
So there was also a sidewalk audit. Is that completed?
Yes, that's the Utah State.
That's the Utah
That's what
State
Justin
one.
just mentioned. That's the Utah State audit.
It's from LTAP.
And they did a great job. We've been really pleased with the report.
Go Aggies.
So I have a question. So we know how much we've been spending each year. We know how much we're behind. How much additional cost is added on each year, like as sidewalks crumble? Do you know what I mean? Because it seems like the amount we're behind should be increasing. Is that $500,000 enough to keep the 5 and 10 million steady, or is that number going up?
Well, I think the problem, the way I would classify it, again, Gordon may have a little different opinion, but I think with inflation, and particularly rising costs in the last 2 or 3 years, that's my concern primarily is I kind of sensed for a while, for many years, we're kind of holding our own, but my sense lately, especially in the last year or two, is that we're falling behind, and it's mostly inflation. I know the asphalt overlay, we fell about a third, 30% below what we did the previous year, just because of rising costs. We can't cover as much road anymore with the asphalt because the cost is higher. It's the same thing with concrete. It's probably around 30%. We do about 30% less sidewalk than we did the previous year because of increased costs. So it's kind of the same mechanism. You hear this pretty consistently through public works. We've got to keep up with inflation. In whether it's water, sewer, sidewalks, it doesn't really matter. You've got to keep up with inflation.
So not only do we have sidewalks deteriorating as they age, we have areas where we need new sidewalks as we expand, and areas where we just never put them in.
Yep.
And the cost of doing all of that.
That is correct.
Great.
Good thing inflation is transitory.
What, you've been thinking about this quite a bit. What do you think would be a good budget number based on, a cost of concrete and projected cost of concrete in order to not fall behind anymore? And what would be one to start to chip away at the backlog?
Well, what I would probably recommend, some of the more senior council members, George Hamley probably remembers this. We proposed a 5 or 7 year rate increase for utilities. And I would probably do kind of the same approach with sidewalks, because it's really hard for me to come in and say, hey, you're at 500,000, let's go to 2 million next year, and you're going to have a lot of demands, already I can tell, with the budget. So I would suggest, some kind of a step plan and maybe even a conversation about where the money comes from. Do we have some ideas, and I think we do in Public Works. We've got some ideas about potential areas where we can find the money for that kind of an investment.
I personally would prefer to see us increasing that $500,000 every year in a modest way, rather than waiting 20 years and then saying, okay, now we got to jump to 2 million or something.
And that's
700,000 and 800,000. Hopefully, I don't know if that's what you're thinking.
No, that's exactly right. That's the consistent story that I'm trying at this point, particularly we seem to be there fairly close with water and wastewater, stormwater. And right now the message to the council is keep up with inflation, don't fall behind. We've done the hard work in getting there, but there's a few other areas, sidewalk is one of them, where we need to have that same kind of plan.
Well, that remains a concern for all of us, so support it as well. Transportation and open space, anything there? Skip a little water. I thought we talked about it.
Can I add one other thing on transportation, and then if I can have just a minute on the treatment plant?
Sure.
So on traffic calming and roundabouts, one of the things that I've asked Gordon and engineering to look at, my sense in the last couple of years is we've come to the council with some pretty significant projects in transportation and roundabouts, and the council has, probably rightfully so, had a difficult time selecting what was going to be included because of other financial pressures in the city. And one of the things that I've asked Gordon to look at is, do we have concepts or ideas that we can provide to the council and still get some traffic calming, but they don't cost as much money? And the best example that I can give is on Center Street. You may recall last year we had pretty long conversations and some dialogue about making modifications on Center Street. This isn't the first time it's happened. In fact, it's the third time since I've been to the city that Center Street has been a major point of conversation with the council. And we always come kind of to the same conclusion. It costs lots of money and the city doesn't have money to make the changes. So are there smaller concepts that we can, smaller modifications that we can make on Center Street that cost less money and still get, significant smart safety improvements on that road? So that's the goal for Public Works on traffic, to bring some concepts that will help, but they are a little bit smaller, cost less money.
Downtown Center Street come under that heading, or is it a separate item?
That's the Center Street that I'm talking about.
Okay. George, did I miss the discussion on the water?
Did you want to say anything more about that?
Yeah, if I can just add a little bit, I can give you a quick update on where we're at currently. You may recall several months ago, we received a grant from FEMA for $50 million for the treatment plant. And because it's federal money, we're required to go through an environmental process. And we're just about completed with the report status that's going to be turned in this week to FEMA. So we anticipate in the next week or two, we'll have a meeting with FEMA and be able to get their feedback and then start some visits with outside agencies. So our hope is, depending on their response from FEMA and from the outside agencies, our hope is that we can move fairly quickly. Hopefully this spring we can start moving forward on the treatment plant. I think the only thing that I would add to that, and again, the council has put money, we have, I think, at least 3 or 4 different sources of funding for the treatment plant and associated projects, and they're moving along from a design standpoint quite well. The treatment plant, actually, we have a meeting at the end of January, I think it's the 24th. We have a 90% design review. So it's not like we, stood still and waited for the environmental process. We're making significant headway in those projects and should be prepared to move fairly quickly once we get the environmental clearance. I think the only other thing that I would add on treatment plant is just making sure that the council understands the goal. Why are we building a treatment plant and what's the objective? And making sure that plans that kind of center around drinking water are in line with those goals, and make sure that the council understands the goals holistically. It is a little bit different. ASR is a different approach as far as water management. And so just making sure that there's a clear understanding and everybody's on the same page. I think that's one of the things that I would have.
Are you comfortable with the current level of funding for ASR?
If we can get the clearance on the environmental side from FEMA, we have a clear path moving forward on all the projects.
We'll look forward to getting more information from you on that.
Thanks, James. Any other questions on, I want to jump back to transportation, just traffic calming and roundabouts. I know there was also some discussion that kind of went hand in hand with the Rock Canyon discussion about roundabouts and any additional thoughts?
Yeah, that was the $1 million roundabout that would be at the mouth of the canyon, that we were worried about making sure it was coordinated with any efforts with the Rock Canyon master plan. And we had some joint meetings. I don't know if there's any update on that. So
I think we're in step with Parks. Scott and his group have been really good in a number of these projects. We meet pretty consistently with Parks, and I think we have a pretty good outline of how ASR has to happen before the modifications in the park, and then the park can happen. Right now, that's the second step, and then finishing the roundabout would be kind of the third step in that whole project. So I think at least from the public works standpoint, again, as the funding that's been identified, if it comes through, we should be okay in Rock Canyon specifically.
So, can I just ask you, so there is that in the CIP budget to have the roundabout, or?
It is.
Okay.
Gordon, is that a couple of years out still?
It's still a few years out, so we've had to move it. How quickly you go, maybe you can have to speed up, but right now we're two years out before we do that.
I think, George, I think from you think about the construction, the time that it will take to get the ASR active up there, and then have Scott and his group do the improvements in the trailhead and the parking. By the time you go through that process for construction, the money 2 or 3 years out for the roundabout probably falls in line with the timing for the construction.
I was going to ask, the parallel question is traffic mitigation or speed reduction on Slate Canyon Drive. There's been a proposal for multiple roundabouts floated for that, which I'd love to see advance at some point. And it's certainly really critical when the park is built to have one plus, hopefully more than one, safe way to access both sides of the road. So is that also being planned for?
So that is definitely part of the conversation in Public Works, and we need to, as part of the master plan for Slate Canyon, do we want the park all on one side of the road? I think that was part of the initial conversation. Both sides, and if you do both sides, how do you get people across safely? But I think it kind of goes back to my comment about Center Street is, do we have other options that we can consider to try to still achieve the traffic calming, but they don't cost $750 or $1 million, for a roundabout?
Yeah, at Slate Canyon Park, whether or not the park's on both sides of the road or not, there will be people crossing the road because it's on the far east side, right? And there's not sidewalk on the far east side. So, I mean, it's just impassable. You just have to do it.
Anything else in transportation? All right, the last item in that FY '23 budget letter was regarding open space and allocating or thinking about funding for land conservation easements. And I know this discussion was started in November when we had Utah Open Lands come in and talk to the council about just generally what are conservation easements, what purpose do they serve, what types of restrictions can be put on parcels. So really just looking for feedback from council. Is there, I know there's still kind of ongoing conversations there, but any additional thoughts on conservation easements?
Well, I think I was the one who put that there, and I remain unclear in my mind about what it might mean financially for the city. We've begun the process on the foothills and canyons plan, and my hope would be that plan would give us a clear roadmap for desirable areas of conservation in the city. It's all kind of murky. A lot of conservation easements that we have successfully gotten in the city have been without city appropriations. We've been able to get, private landowners working with private nonprofits to put conservation easements on their properties. So I just know that, we had that one property at Slate Canyon that came up, and we decided to spend $1 million on that. We've had similar kinds of things at Rock Canyon, and every so often there's something like that. And so I'm not really sure that I'm convinced one way or the other about what the best way to go about this is, but it does seem like if we have a rainy day fund, maybe we ought to have a little bit of a land purchase fund or something that the city has access to in cases where a piece of property is threatened. In the past, we've been able to take care of it, because we've entered into partnerships, and maybe we've had the general fund reserves to draw on for those kinds of things. And maybe that's enough, I don't know. It's just that it just doesn't seem to ever go away. And I know that, it would be nice if there were $50 million in an account like this, that we knew we could just be, protecting desirable areas all over the place. But so I'm open to just continuing the conversation and making it part of the Foothills and Canyons plan. But I did want us to be thinking about that as a city in terms of a need that's not going to go away. I think we've been pretty creative. I'm not trying to suggest that, I was not serious about $50 million, but I just don't know what other people think about that. If that's not something that we feel like we want to make a firm commitment to, I guess the only thing we would do is something similar to what we did with the rainy day fund, and say we're going to put aside a certain percentage every year that's going to be reserved for conservation efforts in the city. But if that doesn't feel like we can see the need yet, I'm not over, like I say, I'm not so convinced that we have to do that.
Just to comment on that, I talked about other potential rainy day funds or sub funds like economic development, having money on hand to take advantage of an opportunity pops up. I think as a practical matter, the general fund reserve is our de facto rainy day fund or opportunity fund.
Right.
Pigeonhole money in legal senses to maintain a healthy general fund reserve and have it total. The other comment on with respect to conservation easements, I think the concept is good. The problem is we've got that inherent tension in Provo that we have limited land, right? And so we want more green space, but we also have very limited land. Certainly it's very limited attractive land for economic development opportunities. We're concerned with, we have this, piggyback on David Shipley's comment, long term, we can't count on the sales tax forever. Like to, prudently we shouldn't. But if we expand our economic base expand our tax base. That gives us more long-term viability and security level for long-term revenue needs. And the only way I know to do that besides hoping the sales tax keeps growing is economic development. Is encouraging businesses here to grow, bring the businesses in, better jobs, higher pay, greater tax revenues. And so in that regard, you've got this continual balance. You know, we put more land in green space at the expense of potential expansion of our tax base. And then hopefully we can find a healthy balance there because Provo's running out of land to do everything. In that regard, I'll just mention one thing. On this particular slide on our budget priorities, I think conspicuous by its absence is economic development.
This is built from the letter that we sent the mayor last year.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying, nonetheless, it's not there. And I think we all have a sense that the concept behind economic development is the rising tide lifts all ships, right? It generates greater tax base for us to do more things. I think we've got a host of economic development issues that I believe the administration is behind. We just need to encourage and support where we can. Hopefully defer the cost of large measure to the private sector. There will be opportunities where we can jump in and assist that.
Well, we're going to get into new priorities for this next year in a moment, but we're just finishing up this discussion of the letter from last year.
I was just gonna say on conservation easements, I've actually been really happy with what we've done for those, and I think you've championed some of those things, and there's been a group of citizens that have done that as well. So I think we've done some really good things. So don't take my comment as not being supportive, but I'm wondering if there are any legal prohibitions on conservation easements funds set aside for conservation easements for rainy. I know that there's limits on rainy day funds in general, so I'm just asking if that's a limitation that we might have with something like the rainy day fund specifically for conservation easements. In any case, I'm supportive of them just in general.
Well, I kind of like the idea of just thinking of the general fund reserve as the area we would go to in need of something like that. But now that I say that now because we're there, but we haven't been there forever, so it never felt like we could just assume that. Anyway.
John, can you tell us what is the exact amount in the general fund reserve right now, that 35%?
So it's interesting the way that it works because we have two different categories to make up the fund balance. One is assigned and the other is unassigned. And the assigned is actually money that's, like, for example, carried over through commitments. It's also other money that's pretty much already been determined. And so the real money that I consider that's unassigned, it can be used anyway. That amount is roughly 25 million, and then the amount that's unassigned is 15, so it's 40. But really, you have 25 million that's available. And the state stipulates that based on how we calculate our fund balance. If it were me, I would just do it on unassigned because that's truly undesignated money, but we have to follow the state's guidelines. So anyway, bottom line is that there's 25 million there.
George, can I make a quick comment?
Yeah, please.
So this one, and maybe this is just a little nuanced difference from what we're talking about, but I think the city's done a great job in buying property when we need to for good reason. I think the demand right now from owners to put their properties into easement outpaces what we're able to do and what we have the capacity to do. Obviously, there's always owners that would love to have easements, but, end up selling just because there's not, they can't get it worked out fast enough. So anyway, I interpreted this as something where we just made a commitment of some kind that as a city from, year to year even, that we have something that we can put towards, to go with these nonprofits, and put up some money to go with the nonprofits on trying to put easements on some of these properties. So specifically on the west side, for example, there are 4 or 5 parcels where owners are ready, to put it into conservation. Right on the edge of the lake would be great property to buffer, the city with and keep green space with. but there's not money, even in the nonprofit side yet, staged and ready to go to facilitate that. So I guess my thought is, and the same would be true for the whole bench, if you have a property owner, instead of the city just outright buying the property going forward, I'd love to see some kind of commitment to us putting up a little bit, even if it would be a small part of these arrangements, but it's a lot smaller investment in green space than having to land bank, or buy the property outright, I guess is what so that's what I thought this priority was, is to try to think through, whether it's some kind of annual commitment, budgetary commitment, or just saying, look, instead of just us saying easements are not in our wheelhouse, we're gonna let, nonprofits in the state, go down that road. I thought this was us trying to nudge the city a little bit more in the direction of partnering with those groups a little bit more, even on a financial level, instead of just allowing that to happen on its own time.
That's what I had in mind.
And I'm supportive of that.
And I mean, I know there was one case in the west side of the property that the state and the Nature Conservancy had already maxed out on what they could, and there was still, I don't remember what the gap was. $250,000 gap, so there's situations like that where they do tend to say, you guys want to help?
Yeah.
And we're thinking, well, we would like that to happen, but we don't want to have to pay for it if we don't have to. But on the other hand, if a modest amount of money helps get something across the finish line, I'm certainly open to it. But I don't know if that's still, qualifies as something as a one-time or an ad hoc as needed discussion that we just have when these properties come up. I don't know.
George?
Yeah.
I was on the Quality Growth Commission administering the Leary McAllister Fund for the last couple of years, and hundreds of thousands of dollars were brought to those properties out by the lake and around the Delta and the Despain property just in the last 2 years, more than, I think, $700,000. That was from the state, and then the Nature Conservancy and other groups bringing even more money. And from that position, it seemed like they were on a track, not to immediately conserve with everything with an easement, but over the next 6 or 7 years to get there, even without the city's help. But I don't know, I mean, are there other properties besides those ones that are like adjacent or river adjacent you're thinking of?
Well, I should send, Sean Miller just sent me an updated map, which I will send to the council, where he indicated what the most recent conversation was with each of the property owners. And keep in mind, these are, conservation easements are private property driven, at least the ones I'm talking about. This private owner decides they don't want to develop, but this is the way to make it happen so that they're not out profit.
Well, and I think the easements are a great tool because it does preserve open space. It's not necessarily publicly accessible, but it preserves open space, but we don't have if we're acquiring it, then we have the O&M. We don't necessarily want the O&M all the time. But I think we should get through our river and lake shores plan and see, and the hillsides and canyons plan, and see what parcels, if any, should be targeted in the next 10 years, and what's our role to play in that.
Well, I would suggest let's table that conversation and just keep it in mind, and then when we get to those two plans, the foothills and canyons and Lake and River plan, we may have a clearer picture at that point of any particular financial needs that might be especially pressing. But I like the idea of sort of being agile enough that maybe we could respond to certain circumstances. Any two counselors can bring that item forward to the council, and we can have a vote on it. So. All right.
So really in having this discussion and thinking about it, we're only halfway through FY 2023. And these were the priorities for FY 2023. So still 6 months to make progress. And it seems like there's been significant progress made by the city and by individual departments on a number of these. And the council has continued to make them a priority. Before I jump ahead to the next slide, I wanted to just list off some of the accomplishments and what happened in 2022. So it was a unique year in that there were a lot of big projects that happened in the city that probably are never going to happen again, at least in our lifetimes. You had the opening of the new airport terminal, this building, a new public safety building in City Hall. The council went through redistricting, which won't have to do for another 10 years, thankfully. The council made updates to the neighborhood district program. They passed a FY 2023 budget, held truth and taxation hearings, allocated roughly $33 million in ARPA funds. 2 new council members came on board, and there were changes to council staff. The council also made updates to ADUs and city code, passed a % for the arts program and a moderate income housing element to the general plan, and maybe next week a general plan. So there's been a lot of big things that the council has undertaken or been part of and partners with the administration in the last year. So just wanted to run through them as kind of a reminder of what all happened. It's kind of been a whirlwind, but we'll jump ahead. I wanted to include what is now, and I don't want to steal the mayor's thunder, but now the mayor's big 6.
I know, it's a living document.
In the presentation, 5 of these 6, granted the new one wasn't known, but all 5 of them were included by council members in their priority list that were sent and were included in those emails. So just wanted to remind the council what these are and give the administration a chance to talk about them. Some of them we've talked about already: Regional Sports Park, talked a little bit about Fire Station 1, water treatment plan and ASR. So a lot of these are ongoing, but I wanted to give the administration that opportunity.
So every time, just a little backstory, we always just, at least when I became mayor 5 years ago, I told all my directors that we just come up with big ideas and swing for the fences. And if we get them, great. If we don't, great. At least we tried. And that's how I feel about projects and goals, is nothing's too big to take on. So let's take it on and try it. And last year, or the last 4 years, was a living document as well, and was massaged and I mean, it was, like Justin said, a golden year. We'll probably never have that amazing of a year again, 4-year term again. So we thought this year, let's go for it again. I asked my directors, think big. If there were no restraints, which in government there always are, right? Money being number 1. But if there were no restraints and there were big projects that you would like to see done, projects that impact the most citizens, not little pet projects, not projects that impact one area, but are regional for our area and specifically the citizens of Provo, send them my way and let's go for it. And so after vetting them and looking at them, this is what we've come up with, that our focus is, our goals, when we're thinking budget now, we're thinking this is our focus. When I look at these, when I see Regional Sports Park, I don't think just Parks and Rec at all. This encompasses public works. This encompasses energy. Crossover is key to making these projects work. And some of these, I mean, the goal for me would be that we are able to throw this up and say we were able to accomplish all of them. And so we've got 3 years to work really fast and furious and make it happen. The 6th one, the website redesign, we've been talking about it for a couple of years. It really hit home to me when I was on our website, just kind of looking at it, thinking, wow, we're known for X, Y, and Z. And yet I Google current events in Provo and up came current events. It was 9 years old and it was Louis Billings' signature. And I thought, so here we are, Provo's this wonderful place to live. We get all these accolades, and yet our number 1, the heart of where people go to get information, is horrible. It's outdated. We're not paying attention to it. We're not keeping it up to date. So I, of course, never make a decision on my own. Went to the professionals, got advice, and we decided to throw it on. And you've heard about Sports Park, Fire Station 1, former City Hall, airport terminal expansion, including international access. You're saying that's crazy. It's not crazy. The airport we knew was going to be a success. We just didn't know that it was going to be as big of a success and at that fast of a rate. We've already outgrown it. We have people parking in grass fields. Literally, airlines have come to us, and we have one in writing that has said they would like to do an international flight and are committed to it. So if they want to bring it, let's go to work and try and make it happen. It does include going out at least, what did we decide, Dave? Four gates?
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 gates added on. The beauty of it, when we built the airport, we put all the infrastructure in the ground for 10. We can only afford to build out 4. So the heavy lifting is in the ground already. The international component comes with its own fun challenges. It has to have its own luggage ramp. They consider, I can't remember the word they use, but it's so degrading when they talk about your luggage is dirty or something unless it's gone through their specific luggage ramp. So we're gonna have to build that. Good thing is we've got the room. We've already got the plans being mocked up. We're gonna have a price and we're gonna go for it. I'm heading out to DC. Again, we're just gonna follow the same pattern we did before, where we ask money from everybody. And all they can say is no to me, and that's fine, but the airport's a hot commodity. You talk to any elected official here or back in DC, everybody wants to own it because of its success. So the fact that we've already outgrown it and it's just ready to go even bigger with this international component, we're gonna go for it. West Side.
Mayor, can I ask, is it Cabo or Canadian Rockies? I'll take either one.
Cabo sounds really good to me.
You can't divulge.
I cannot divulge, but it's not, once we get that international component, the floodgates will open. Because there's a lot of interest in coming direct flight out of Provo to these wonderful places and right back. And the beauty of it is, it's not me asking the airlines, they're coming and saying, we want this so bad. So does Duncan Aviation. For those of you that don't know, Duncan Aviation's out there, they've gotten remodeled private jets and things like that. They always have to fly into Salt Lake City to go through customs and then down to Provo. Same with all of our private jet owners, which is just so weird to say, but Provo has a lot of private jet owners, and it's crazy. But so if they go out of the country, they can't come straight back to Provo. They have to go up to Salt Lake and get cleared. So this would be just a huge win for that whole community. West Side Grocery Store, if you want Keith to speak to it, he's here. He'd be happy to. You've heard about the water treatment plant and aquifer recharge, and then you've heard about the website redesign. So for us, our budgets, our energy, our eyes are all focused on these 6 projects for the next 3 years.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, quick follow-up on the airport expansion. We had talked, I know, in previous meetings about having a redundant, like what do they need when they come in? Runway, yeah, they need a redundant runway. I know that there's room for it. I know that we had talked about it in light of the recent news and shutdown because of one runway. Any thought on how we get to that redundant runway or what we do in the future to have something like that?
That's a really good question.
Yeah, I can cover that. In the last master plan update for the airport, we actually discussed a parallel runway being added. I've actually, it's one of the goals for Brian at the airport is to update the master plan again, particularly with the new terminal. It gets out of date that quickly.
Yeah.
But we will actually expand. It was a smaller parallel runway, and our intent with this master plan is actually to propose a very similar parallel runway, and it would need to be funded, obviously, most likely through the FAA and other federal matches. But that's one of the answers for the incident that happened this week is to be, and And obviously with other circumstances at the airport, a parallel runway is going to be key to this.
So it doesn't necessarily shut down the runway or the whole airport if you have a parallel runway. It's because we only have the one runway that created a complete shutdown.
Because our redundant runway right now crosses the main runway, and they're not gonna let you cross that runway.
So just as a couple of reminders to council, many of these are priorities that we talked about a little bit that have already been allocated and appropriated funding specifically from ARPA. So a few that we didn't talk about, the council in this last year allocated $1.5 million in ARPA funding for Fire Station 1 and $3 million for City Center redevelopment. Additionally, $3 million was allocated for the wastewater treatment plant, separate from culinary water. And then previously, the council had allocated roughly $1 million to use as a development incentive for the West Side grocery store. So as these are priorities for the administration, I think the council has shown their support for them, and just wanted to see if there was any discussion on any of these specifically. I know they were, like I mentioned, brought up in multiple council members' priorities that were sent in. Dave?
Yeah, for me, Mayor, could you speak to the West Side Grocery, not specifically where we're at with what we're doing, but would it achieve your goal to have the one if something came right off I-15? Or when you say West Side Grocery, is it, is there more to that goal than just potentially? I mean, are we going to check a box if something comes right on I-15, or are we still going to work on trying to get something west of that?
That's a question we talk about all the time. Half my advisors say, Mayor, if it's an inch off on the west side of I-15, you're checking the box.
Right.
And what does it mean to you guys? If we were to do something just off of I-15 and we were to win that and have a grocery component there, would you consider that the win and having a grocery store on the west side?
I'd be excited about that, but just speaking for myself selfishly, where I live, that isn't the west side. So, I don't know.
It's better than current, but not.
Yeah.
But like
It would be a
Becky
huge-
Bogdan would say that's the west side, right?
Absolutely.
Right? People who
Yeah.
live
It's
on that
it,
side
right?
of the west side
No,
think that's the west side.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it'd be a big win. Obviously, I just wondered what that goal specifically was, if it was just getting something west of I-15 or.
In a perfect world, we would get it on the Smith's property where it's at right now and get that going because that's so central. And all the studies and research show that to meet the most needs, that is the best place for it. We do have property in the Ivy build out, right up against the Orem boundary, potentially for a grocery store. And then we're also talking about that property just off of I-15 and Lakeview Parkway right there, that piece as well. So those are our three main ones that we're focused on, that I always just throw the question back, because would that check the box for you if we were to land it here, there, or there? The research shows the best place would be the most centralized, but again.
Is that the hardest?
I would say, what do you think, Keith?
I don't know that it's the hardest. I think the problem is you have an owner that's kind of blocked that piece of property up. And so whether they can perform at that site or not is the question, and nobody else can really take that from them until they decide to part with it. I just had a conversation with them again today. The most recent demographic studies that they've done by a third party have just said that the rooftops in that area and the average household income on that site are just below what they need at this point to make that store profitable right now. And so they're trying to do a lot of evaluation to see what could be done to mitigate that. Could you create more out parcels on that site that could generate more revenue for the project that could offset the expense of building that? Right now, there's about $11 million shortfall between what it's going to cost and what they think that store is going to generate. And so they're trying to figure out what can they do to bridge that gap. So in the meantime, we're pursuing these other alternatives because I don't know if we can't get them to perform and they're not willing to sell. It doesn't matter what we do, whether that's the most ideal location or not, we're just not going to get one there. So we have to pursue what we can where we can.
So what happens if if we did one by the highway, for example, or down by the interchange of Lakeview Parkway, does that make the Smith's property suddenly even less likely that it'll ever happen because now they have some competition and their rooftop?
I think it hurts. I think it hurts them because, you know, they're gonna look at the rooftops that they have and the competition that they have in that, you know, 1 mile radius or 3 mile radius, or whatever, and they're gonna look at a new store that's cropped up as competition and whether or not they can pull from that to make that store sustainable or not. When I talk to them, that their analysis has been so specific that they said, for example, that for that store to be profitable, they need shoppers that can go in there and buy a full cart of groceries every single week. And a certain number of those. With the demographic that we have in that area, you're talking about a more careful shopper who's maybe buying a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread because they have to. They're not buying expensive cheeses or expensive milks or things like that that are the price point where the store's gonna make money. And so that's a concern. And so until that rooftop level rises to the point where you can compensate for the thrifty shopper and the ones that actually have some disposable income to spend, it's just a tentative market for them at best. So we've talked about considering a bunch of different things. They know about the money that we've set aside to help them, other site improvements that we might be willing to participate in. Scott's willing to work with us to pull in some of the park property to make that site work. And I don't know, maybe at some point we have to discuss some kind of a sales tax sharing agreement with them where we share back part of the sales tax that sort of generates for a period of time until it can stand on its own. So those are all things that we're just discussing. We haven't made an offer on any of that. We're just trying to make a smaller grocery store. And they looked at that. The problem is, though, the smaller the store, the less the sales are, and so that scale kind of shifts up and down. They're looking at a smaller store. They're looking at they told me they're looking at a 60,000 square foot store, an 80,000 square foot store, and a 100,000 square foot store. They're trying to evaluate based on the sales that each of those stores will generate, which one meets their demand.
And they know that their deadline for that money
Is end of June.
is end of June, that we so graciously gave the CARES Act money, the legacy fund money. It's use it or lose it, end of June, and we remind them of that every time we interact.
I have a quick question. So Keith, you said that we were just below the households. Do you mean like we're below the households, or we're close to the number of households and we're just under that number?
I've asked them to share the study with me. I don't know specifically. They just have said that the average household income in that area is below what it needs to be for them to make that store profitable.
What area are they looking at?
They kind of do a range. I haven't seen the study again, so they do a 1 mile and 3 mile radius just to see who they're going to draw from. So I think most specifically for that area is 1 mile, you know, and that doesn't seem like very far, but that probably goes all the way up into Warren and all the way south past Lakeview Parkway and then over into the east side of I-15. That's really where their market is going to be.
Are they looking at potential households? Because we are looking
Yes, they
at
are.
that.
We've shared with them all the growth, growth potential, all the projects we know that have been submitted or been approved, and even the ones that we know potentially could be built on the west side because of what zoning will allow. So we've shared all that with them.
We tried.
Yeah, we're pushing it as hard as we can, and you know, I mean, they have a new person that they put on this job as of I don't know, October, November of last year. And he's very, very committed. He says, we don't want to let go of the site. He said, we still think that there's potential here. We're just trying to find a way to make it work.
How many of our private jet owners do we need to move down into that area?
Well, frankly, a lot of that helps. I mean, I appreciate that comment because I think we need to be thinking that way. When we talk about approving the types of residential projects that will elevate income levels on the west side, that's really important. I mean, Bill's have made comments to the planning commission to you in the past about we need to be thoughtful about what kinds of developments can we encourage out there on the west side that have a higher income type product that will attract those people. The fact that Breeze and Allegiant have both made Provo a base of operations, and now you have pilots that are going to be looking for homes in the area and stewardesses and flight personnel that are going to be living in the area with all the higher incomes, that's really, really important. As Duncan considers expansion, and the types of employees that they employ out there in the higher income levels, that's really important. So creating housing for them so that they're looking here instead of Spanish Fork or Springville or someplace else, that's really important.
Will more warehouses or big single family homes on the river help with that?
Just kidding. Warehouse. Just kidding.
That's our question.
Too soon?
Too soon. Usually with Travis, it's almost always.
Because that was like 150 households that were gonna do 2 carts, right? So
the grocery cart.
Well, I don't know, maybe it sounds, to me, I'll just speak for myself on that question you posed. It seems like that central location is really the highest priority, because if we quickly go to one of those alternative ones, we make it even less likely that the central location gets used. And it does seem to me that we only provide a modest benefit to the west side unless we get it centrally located.
Do we do it or
In terms
do
of, yeah, so and if there's still the possibility that $1 million is gonna have any effect on their decision-making, I say
10 million would, for sure.
let it have all the influence it can have before we decide, we gotta pull up roots and try something else.
How much was that
That's
general
my
fund
view.
balance again?
Anyway. Do you need anything else from us on these 6 then, or is that?
Just so grateful that you support us and for the money given already. It's just been so helpful. And we just don't want to disappoint you and let you down. We want to make these come to fruition. So fingers crossed, I have the best team and the best directors in the world, and they're all working really hard to make this happen for all of you and all the citizens.
Well, I think the website, the redesign is a great project. I think it's extremely important. I agree. I mean, when we talk about gateways, improving our gateways, that's the most important gateway these days, for better or for worse. It's where people are gonna.
It's where they go to get their information.
Yeah, and people who want to learn about the city, people who are looking for help with the city, looking for resources. So making that first rate, I think would be really important.
All right, okay. Other questions, comments? We'll jump into the list that the council provided, and what staff has done is really broken up those priorities into administrative and legislative priorities. So what are the things?
Justin, can I just stop you for just a second? I just want to be clear on what we're on our agenda timing and everything. So we're an hour and a half plus into this. My sense was the other discussion about legislative stuff might not be as long as the budget. Were you thinking similarly, or?
So whatever the council desires.
What's our hard stop for the closed meeting? 4:30?
We really, as long as you want to be here. We've got no council meeting tonight, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were hoping that the whole thing would be done by 6.
Yes.
But I would ideally not to go beyond that.
Don't threaten us with good time.
Okay. I'm just trying to calculate how, I'll try to keep us moving forward, I guess.
I just see that full box of chocolate sitting there, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah. And we also don't have a scheduled break, but I think I'd like to take a natural break after our discussion of budget priorities.
Yes, and I think we were kind of planning on that as staff, and what we've done is, and actually this can probably shift into item 2 if you want to officially open that second item.
The discussion regarding next year, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm confusing something in my head, because we also had a discussion of legislative priorities, right? This is administrative.
Yep,
so-
both administrative and legislative priorities for the next year.
Okay, so this next discussion is both of those?
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll take a
All
break
right.
between.
We'll just take all right, then we will keep talking, but let's plan on a break at, should we say 3:30?
Perfect.
Another 45 minutes, can we go that
You have
long?
to go at 4.
Yeah, I've got a quarter tail, I've got to step out for 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So if we went till quarter tail, I just excuse myself at that time.
Okay. Well, I just don't know if everyone can make it that long, but
What
got a
time,
break. If you need a break, just leave and take your break, but what's that?
what time are we doing that? We're trying to finish it.
Well, we have to have a closed session. And we need a good, healthy hour for that, I think. So I was hoping we'd be wrapping up. Is there a meal involved?
There's no meal.
No meal, okay. So we'll be wrapping up around between 4:30 and 5, this discussion, and then we'll go into closed session.
Okay.
All right. Keep going, sorry.
All right. So what we've done as staff is really broken up the priorities that were submitted into administrative and legislative priorities, being what are really budgetary type priorities, what are priorities that really can't be done alone. What does the council want to do that is in conjunction with the administration? And then later on, we'll have that discussion on what are the specific legislative priorities that the council has, that the council can really do and operate under their authority to pass legislation in the city. So this is by no means an exhaustive list. I know there, and we'll anticipate additional priorities coming up as kind of discussion happens. And I don't want to do much talking. We've kind of just given it a framework so the council can discuss this. You'll see that the priorities we'll go over are also up on these large sheets of paper, and we've got an exercise to get everyone up and moving. And we'll take a little break. We'll give you some colored dots and let you prioritize what we've discussed.
Just
Go ahead.
for clarification, the things on the posters are only budget priorities. So if you're looking out there and you're like, I listed like 20 things and I only see one. So those might be, the other 19 might be legislative priorities. After we're done prioritizing the budget and talking through these items, then we'll go into legislative specific priorities. So this first half is just administrative, like Justin said, things that we want to do in tandem with the administration and what we want to signal as they prepare the budget, what we find priorities.
Yep. Thanks, Malia. And again, in many cases, counselors mentioned similar topics, and they've been kind of generalized as just a bullet point, but what I really hope to see is just discussion on those details that counselors had talked about, and notes including those details are included in the hard copies in front of you. So the first group of priorities that we had put together was really city infrastructure, facility updates. These included cybersecurity, sidewalk repair and replacement, the ice rink, Provo Peaks, and improvements there specific to parking and lighting, as well as the field house were mentioned, as well as sick and dangerous tree response. So what the city is doing as that program and response is going, as well as east-west transportation corridors. So those are very, very general, and really wanted to open it up to the council to discuss those in detail and talk about what the thoughts were in submitting each of those.
I'll start off with a comment I was just bringing to Travis. I think the field house / indoor soccer should be lumped in with ice arena improvements and parking. It's the same facility. And it might just be lack of education. Maybe that's next up on the Parks and Rec capital facilities plan, but there's quite a few improvements that could be made there in terms of safety, in terms of ADA parking, in terms of the quality of the interior right now.
Yeah, I can share my experience. So I joined a soccer league and it's been great. Old man soccer. Got hurt after like 3 games. But so it's been interesting for me to get to spend some time at that facility. And I mean, by the way, Parks and Rec does an awesome job. This isn't a criticism. It's just aging facilities, right?
And we love it.
And we love it, yeah. But I did notice, like, when I parked in the back, I kind of creeped out, like, it's like, and if I freaked out, I know I gotta believe, others are creeped out. And then just, there's just some things in the indoor soccer facility that I'll point out private, but I run into a wall here and you get hurt or whatever. So I don't know, there might just be some things to look at there. But safety's number one concern, I think. Sure, we'd all love top notch, world-class facilities, but there might be some areas of improvement just with lighting and things like that. So
we've even explored the field house concept quite a way back, which how many, just from your experience, we could probably rent that same turf 4 or 5 times over.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm playing games at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Now, you know, that's not as bad as, you
It's
know.
so busy that
Yeah.
we can't even run our own program. We can't
Yeah.
get on our own turf.
Yeah.
It's generating around $200,000 to $250,000.
It's great, it's great.
Which helps on that financial, but it was where the temporary bleachers were for the Olympics.
Yeah.
So I'd love to sit down and maybe we could talk in a work session about this. There's also some elements that the state has gotten involved in supporting our Olympic venue to getting it ready and doing some things there. So there's part of getting ready for the next Olympic bid that could help in adding additional turf and all that. But I agree, the outside and the parking lot area is a weakness there. We have some great.
Even the flow of traffic, so
Yeah.
I don't know if arrows need to be pointed one way or something. but-
And the non-adjacent
Recording
parking lot,
stopped.
speaking of creepy.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
sidewalks but then the interior as well, like, you tell us where that's at in your plan so we can be supportive. But yeah, the interior is kind of.
So just some things to
Needs some
to
love.
talk about. I mean,
Yeah.
the money's not endless, so we get it, you know.
And considering the land you own, do you know if there's room to add on a couple's indoor soccer?
We do have the park area that's out
Recording in
front.
progress.
This meeting
So
is
that
being
that's a
recorded.
possibility for use. We have the non-adjacent parking lot, which we share with the water park. The water park has usage rights to that in the summer.
Do you own the grass between the swimming place, the water park and you, that kind of middle area that's fenced off?
We've got that triangle right out in front, if that's what
But
we're talking
not to the west, or not this side, you don't own that empty grass area, that's owned by the water park?
I think we might be talking about the same place, but it's that open grass area, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So another thing that, just to let you know about that, since we're talking about, is I've talked to the Olympic group about maybe focusing on interior improvements before the match for the Olympics is asked for, so that when we come back and then we get the match from local, from city and county, when we know we got the Olympic bid, and maybe get the interior finishes, but might be able to accomplish exactly what I'm going to talk about, the upgrade of that facility that was built in '98. You know, so I think there's a couple things that we can work together on, and I think we're connected on the strategy. So there's
One
elements
solution
that
is
are
just
good
cut
working
off free access for city council members, and then we're gonna step foot in there.
Anything else? I know we talked about cybersecurity and,
What's the second dangerous tree response? What's that about?
Maybe, was that me?
It was.
Yes, that was me. So just like we were kind of behind on sidewalks, it feels like our city forester or arborist is behind in responding to citizen concerns about, old trees, trees dropping branches, things like that. Often they have to wait a long time before they get an answer. And going along with this, you also get people who are very mad about the idea of the old sycamores being taken down, even though those are the worst offenders for dropping branches and everything. And so, but we haven't been really proactive as a city about replacing those trees that are old, because they're old and beautiful, we like them, even though we know they're hazards. And so I just want to know if our forester has enough funding, what kind of backlog we've got, are they able to keep up with the work? And this is different than the power ones, because, they're able to keep the trees out of their power lines and things like that. But I don't know, it's a problem that we have not defined well, but it's one that people complain about all the time. And so I thought we should talk about it.
It's all under energy, right? Over arborists or.
The arborist. Yeah.
It's all under energy.
But I agree with
We
Rachel.
do have a function in our department for all the parks.
Oh, okay, so
We
we'll
take
just set
all
that.
of ours. We take care of it.
And I think it's a specific issue with aging trees and kind of the core of the city, right? It certainly is in my neighborhood, and my neighbors complain about it. And ironically, coincidentally, my branch fell down this morning. Thankfully, it didn't hit a car. Is there any liability for the city if there is a complaint lodged and then a tree does damage private property? I'm gonna ask Brian that.
Great.
Oh, Brian, hi,
Say that again.
If a citizen files a complaint or a question with 311 and says, like, our street trees trimmed, because I think the code says that either the city can do it or you hire like a certified arborist to do it.
Yeah.
And the city's backlogged, which they are, and they don't come out and trim the trees, and then a branch falls and damages property, like a vehicle, is the city liable?
Yeah, that certainly could be a potential. So for instance, like, let's just take potholes, right? Our general approach on potholes, if somebody hits a pothole and damages their car, our decades-long response to that has been, if we knew the pothole was there and we didn't fix it, we pay the claim. If this is the first time we've ever heard of the pothole, we don't.
Oh.
And so this would kind of be the same thing. And there's some case law out of Salt Lake City about sidewalks that's kind of similar, right? So the tree thing is a little bit different because if they're just calling and saying, we don't really like it, please come trim it, that doesn't necessarily create liability. But if they call and say, this tree is diseased and it might fall down any day and we don't take care of it, that could create liability.
And I think that exists.
Yeah. I took my neighbors several months to get their dead horse chestnut tree taken off the corner. Yeah, and at one point the arborist came out and said, oh, it's not that bad. And we're like, the tree is dead. Look at it. We're like, how is this not that bad?
And the other difference though is that we actually own the streets and we actually own the sidewalks. So to the degree that we're not legally obligated to remove the trees, then just the fact that they're reporting to us doesn't create an obligation.
The park strip trees or trees on the interior?
Well, yeah, that's the question, right? Is if the real question is where the tree is and whether we're responsible for it in the first place.
Glad you're here, Brian.
Yeah.
Thanks. Good to be here. I was trying to hide.
You were hiding effectively.
Good job. Yeah. But I mean, as far as I can tell, we often have branches obscuring signs, which is an issue for engineering as well. And we don't seem to, well, maybe there is and I'm just not aware of it, but regular groups going and checking to make sure that you've got those clear sight lines and clear vision of signs. And if the adjacent property owners aren't allowed to go and whack those branches themselves, which I 100% did when I did have a tree that would block those things, it's a real problem. And I'd like to know what the system is, how these things are monitored, how the complaints are registered, and if that system seems to be adequate to keep up with the concerns.
As far as the complaints in public works, we do have a system. It's the citywide system for
311?
all work orders. Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you this. I have submitted complaints to 311, and often after a while I will say, get a message that says, your issue is resolved. The thing has not changed, but apparently it's gone through a department. Somebody said we're not doing anything. I'm told it's resolved. As a citizen, that is a unsatisfactory answer to get because the issue remains. The saying it's resolved means we're not going to do anything about it. And that erodes confidence in the system itself.
I've had the same response.
One of the things that I've asked in public works, I don't know the other specific, concern that you have, but one of the things that I've asked for in public works is if the complaint is something that's going on a list, like a sidewalk complaint, because we do go out and evaluate the sidewalks and we have to prioritize them because of funding. And if the sidewalk is such that we're going to put it on a list and get it in a future project, we actually communicate that. I've asked that we communicate that to the residents. So even though they get this automated email back, they will get an email or a phone call from somebody in public works that says, here's why you're getting this email and here's what the resolution is. So there's a little bit more than just the automated system, at least in public works. As far as the trees, going back to your original question, what I've asked in public works to do, we coordinate with energy as far as trimming the trees. If the arborist is available to do something that's blocking a sign, we allow them to do that. But if there's a backup on the system or, with personnel, I've told Public Works not to let a hazard like that, go on. And so Public Works will either hire somebody, or if it's a simple trim, on a tree, we'll do it ourselves. So we don't have a systematic, every, 6 months, we go out and check every single sign. But if we get a complaint on it, it tends within 2 weeks, response pretty quickly, either through our city arborist or through Public Works.
I like that 2-week number. Thank you. I think they're done talking about trees.
Any others we want to chat about? I know Councilor McKay, you had mentioned east-west corridors.
Yes, that's one of the top concerns that our citizens have when we did that survey. And it's definitely an issue, especially with the more development we're doing on the west side. And I'm just wondering I know I've heard talk about that the Reed family is going to sell that property on 500. So they'd be straight through there, Center is not the best thoroughway to get to the freeway. Are we going to work on getting a better entrance on First or something? Or, I don't know. I'm sure there's things I'm already thinking of or that I don't even know would improve it. But just getting the lights more, like, it seems like you either get every single red light on University, period. Or the odd time you get an awesome all the way through. But just more, better flow of traffic and I don't know. Who would address that?
It's certainly an issue in southeast Provo because of the railroad tracks. They create such a
But
significant
even if
area.
bridges over them, we need to.
Yeah, in my dream world where we have billions of dollars, we have a bridge over 9th East, or sorry, 9th South, across the railroad tracks.
Happens over on the west side too.
Yeah.
Huge issue.
Yeah.
So I think this is really important, especially to my constituents on the west side. Shipley being one of them.
He's complaining to you.
Yeah, I just nodded. I think it should be a priority, because I think from an economic development standpoint, the more free flow we have throughout the city, the more you have revenue generated as people visit businesses and restaurants and things like that. My concern is where we put the money, because having driven that road, hundreds of times, let's say 820 north, 820 north, you can get from the roundabout in the school to 500 east, no problem. But beyond 500 west is brutal. And getting stuck at the roundabout or the train tracks right there, or the roundabout during school, letting in and out, or the train tracks. So as we explore east-west corridors, I guess I would just caution that, the answer isn't necessarily, though it might be part of the answer, but the answer isn't necessarily just widening roads. I think you really got to get over the train tracks and past the school, to really facilitate traffic flow, and then figure out what to do, from 500 west east. But, I don't know what the answers are. Shane left, sneaky guy. He and I kind of went 9 rounds a couple of years ago on this, and what the answers are, and there weren't really any answers at the time. But I just really think it's important for us to keep in mind that, no matter what we do, if we don't figure out how to get over those tracks and past the school, there's really east-west flow is going to be hindered, at least on 800, 820. So, Gordon left too. See, those guys are smart. They know.
For the sake of facilitating our conversation here, let me maybe make a suggestion. If these are issues, none of these, at least especially the last two, we have any idea what the potential budgetary implications might be. But if you want, if there's a consensus on the council that we would like a presentation at some point from our tree arborist, for example, or from our city engineer about east-west flow and any budgetary implications, then I think that sounds like the next step. Because doesn't sound to me like we know yet what the implications are. We don't know what's already happening. So I'm just trying to help you guys out in terms of, and to help us make sure that we don't just talk about things we wish something would happen on and then nothing happens. So I'd love to make progress on all of these issues, but I'm just trying to figure out which of these are helpful for our discussion of budgetary priorities and which of these are future work session items.
I think Dave has something to say.
I think that's a good idea. I can provide some information, but I think it would be more beneficial on the question about the east-west corridor to actually have a separate presentation by board and then maybe a consultant come in. Because it's clearly a concern, not just to residents, it's clearly on our minds. I think that's probably the best approach.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have themselves to work sessions. That's your approach. Question, we got 25 or 30 things that are administrative. Are there multiple administrative priority slides here?
There are. They're just.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to help us move along, yeah. So if you can, if it's your idea, if you can just help us understand, did you want this to be a work session item? And if so, all you have to do is get one other counselor to agree that this should go in a work session and we can move that forward.
As far as the cybersecurity, that was me. I know there's multiple of us, but I think the point is that we're prepared to put something towards the budget of whatever we get from that audit that comes out February.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Perfect. I'm all in favor of the east-west corridor presentation.
Up next, we had grouped together a lot of the economic development priorities that come in. Provo Town Center Mall was mentioned a few times. We talked about West Side Grocery Store, but also there was mention of Southeast Grocery Store. Business retention very generally was mentioned by Councilor Fillmore and Councilor McKay, and really talks about a variety of issues and things we could do to help retain those businesses. There's a space concern for growing businesses. What can we do? What can the council do to keep businesses in Provo, and when they grow, keep them here, retain them here, as opposed to leaving the city? I won't go into any more detail. I'll let them touch on those specific issues. And the last was downtown movie theater, or the Roasted Artichoke movie theater.
Is there a crying need for that, or
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
not just a hobby horse?
No, there's a real need for that, and that would generate revenue. And since we have things like the Film Quest, movie festival and things like that, like we actually need.
Do you have a location in mind?
Yeah, Roasted Artichoke.
What's the address on that?
It's the empty spot next to the rec center, right across the street here.
Oh,
Yeah, Tom Taylor has that proposal. We can talk to him about it.
I think that we need to have on a future work meeting, a conversation about a Southeast grocery store. I know the citizens in Southeast Provo really want a grocery store, and from what I hear, they largely feel ignored. In the general plan that's been proposed, the draft general plan, there is some statement about a Southeast grocery store. Then you look at the land use map that's also proposed in the general plan, and there's no adequate space for it. So the citizens in that area live in a food desert, and they do not have good east and west access, and they do shop in other cities very intentionally because it's closer and just better for their lifestyle. They wish they could shop in Provo. They wish that a grocery store was accessible to them. There's almost 1,000 housing units that have been built in the last 5 years in that area. And what is the old drive-in theater is being developed into a commercial building, like an office commercial building, not a retail building. So I think the council needs to have a conversation about that and say, are we willing to prioritize this? Is this something that we are going to look for solutions on and we're going to put legislative and budget power behind? Or is there a case to be made to start explaining to citizens that, nope, there's no opportunity here?
my impression is that the administration isn't ignoring it. It's just a hard sell. I think we can need to get more creative about it, certainly worth the discussion. On multiple economic development issues here, it makes sense to me to have Keith and maybe some others take a big chunk of a work session, bring everybody up to date on various economic development opportunities. In the southeast, grocery store could be one of those.
Yeah, I have an email here from, well, the title was Grocery Store in Southeast Provo, and it was sent a few months ago. I think most of us got it. I wish that we were being more proactive. I wish we were giving it the time and attention it deserves, and that citizens felt like they were heard.
Okay, I think Keith would tell you this, they're on top of it, but they have limited options. But let's have a discussion on it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's exactly what I outlined, is let's put that on a work meeting agenda. And if it's not actually possible, then we need to be realistic and convey that to citizens. If it is possible, then we need to put legislative and budget weight behind it.
That's your bailiwick down there in the southeast. Do you think they'd be satisfied by a major grocery turning into the mall down there? Would that do it, or feel like it has to be on South State Street?
I think that would be a huge improvement if there was a traditional grocery store in East Bay or at the mall, right? A lot of folks don't shop at Sam's Club for their weekly groceries, especially in a college town. But any access to fresh foods is very desirable, so you don't have to go to Maverick for a loaf of bread. So
They have donuts, which you use for a lot of things.
Can I make just a couple of quick comments? So maybe encouraging, there is a grocer that they're finalizing a lease agreement with that will go in the East Bay strip, the shopping area. They're hopefully very, very close to finalizing that. We'll take up one of the mid-box spots there. And the same thing with the old Dillard's box. Theoretically, from what we've been told, there's only one remaining issue that they're trying to resolve before that lease agreement gets finalized as well. Anecdotally, the old grocery store that was on the Georgetown, what was that grocery store?
Alice.
Charlie Openshop had a lot of involvement in that and tried desperately to find another grocer to go into that location if it was upgraded and, brought to some current standard, and could not find anybody to take that spot. So we are actively working on it. I feel your pain and the pain of the citizens on the southeast side of our community. As tough as it is on the west side, it's as hard or harder on Southeast Provo, but we're continuing to work on it.
And it's tricky because I've communicated a lot with the citizens who are asking for this grocery store over and over. And what's interesting is I talked to them, I'm like, hey, well, how would you guys feel if like a Dave's type grocery store came in? And they're like, well, that's too expensive. I just keep driving to Springville. It's cheaper. Well, okay. So there's also the market, right? It's like more complicated than just, they don't want any grocery store. They have cheapest grocery store, which is a size issue. So it's complicated.
And Shannon, we thought the Pioneer Drive-In site was ideal for the neighborhood scale Walmart there is on the diagonal.
Right.
So we made a map of the current developed or approved projects and the graphic projections and tried to, we hoped that would be a selling point, and it didn't move the needle
at all.
But we thought that would be a great site for it.
Yeah, the White Analytics survey that was done shows that citizens in the southeast want improved quality of life and more access to livable amenities, right?
Yeah.
And so it's something that has, in my opinion, hasn't been given adequate weight and resources. And so I hope that we're moving the needle.
We'll look to you then to put that request to have that put on a work session. Okay. Anything else on this list that is relevant for budget priorities, or do you wish to be relegated to a work session?
So the Provo Town Center, does it need, I guess I'm unclear at this point if legislative action would help at this point, or is it at a point where, I mean, do they view what we haven't done as a council as obstructing their ability to really develop that site out at this point? Because that's kind of what was communicated months ago, like we were the problem.
and
Well,
I'm trying to look at it.
I resist that vehemently, that we're the problem with Provo Town Center Mall. I think you have an owner that has, from my opinion, has not lived up to what I would expect an owner of that piece of property to do. And now they're looking for a way to solve some of those problems that have developed because of lack of attention to the site. And that's just my personal opinion. My opinion is I think at some point it may be appropriate for us to be involved, but I think it's critical that they show their ability to perform first before we contribute. And
Just certainly, I'm sure they see us as obstructive because we didn't approve the multifamily.
Right.
Yeah.
Proposal they have.
But I just wonder if there's anything even marginally along the edge, not the full, what they wanted before, but is there anything that we're not doing or should we be reviewing to help anything move?
It's hard for us to know that because we can't get them to describe to us what they want to do. We have been in meetings with them for years and they said, tell us your vision for the property so that we can help you get there.
Yeah.
And so far they have been unable or unwilling to articulate that to us, which makes it very hard for us to help move forward in the agenda.
If they simply by inertia or refuse to move up the dial, are you gonna come to us ultimately with a carrot and stick recommendation?
Yeah.
How we avoid them?
I'm sorry, say that again, John.
If they just sit on it, don't do anything, are you gonna come to us sometime with a carrot and stick recommendation, things we could do to try to get them off the dime?
Well, I think we're doing that now. We've told them that there are things that they could be doing. They could they could solidify a lease agreement with a tenant for the dealer's box. They could begin construction of the residential on the north end to support the retail base that they have at the mall.
In the current zoning, 20% of their site can be built in multifamily right now.
And so we've told them, there are things that you could be doing that we would support, that we would encourage, that we would participate in, that we would expedite, that would show good faith on your part to get this project underway. And then if you have that done and we can see some kind of an increase in the property value and the sales tax value, then let's have a conversation about what is the future gap that you need help solving that we can legitimately participate in and appropriately participate in to take them all to the next level. But I just hesitate to ask you as elected officials to do that at all when they've owned it for, 10 years or whatever, and really haven't made any significant reinvestment in there except for putting a sign up on the south end of the property to show that they're serious about maintaining them all.
I appreciate your frustration, and I know you've worked hard with these guys.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because I feel a responsibility to help you guys and our community revitalize that center. And we're just dealing with an owner that has made that almost impossible. And I want to be able to come to you with some kind of a package that says, this is the right thing to do and we're going to make this happen. And so far, I just don't have anything they've presented to me that I, in good faith with my professional experience, feel confident that I have any way of justifying to you that there's a reason for us to engage.
Well, they don't seem to have the resources or the motivation to make it a real destination mall, which it needs to be. I'm thinking more in terms of what we did with these Smiths on West Center, in terms of a carrot and a stick, right? Resulting in $1 million. I don't know if that would be part of the package at some point that we would use to motivate them. Otherwise, it's just going to become ever more an eyesore and a blight down there and a waste of opportunity. I know there's so much you can do, but just kind of spitball.
No, I agree. And we're hoping that the lease agreement that we're talking about on the dealer's box gets finalized, because I think if they can accomplish that, that's a conversation starter for what the future site, the future of the site might hold.
Yeah, that or help the current owners find a buyer.
Well, and we've talked about that too. And we've actually talked to people that could potentially do that. So
Mix is a good example of what can happen when a new owner takes over a piece of property. It took a new owner to make that sound.
Okay, anything else on this list?
Business retention was mentioned in various ways. It's actually listed in administrative and legislative priorities, and Councilor Fillmore submitted a number in there. Anything you want to discuss on keeping businesses in Provo?
Yeah, thanks, Justin. I think we're all aware that Provo does a remarkable job of spawning entrepreneurs and business opportunity startups. but we don't hold on to them very well. You can look all around this valley up in Salt Lake and you can see all of Provo's business projects, right? They're all over, some of them multi-billion-dollar companies. We have right now, 4 really good, call them business incubators. And we have Kiln coming in, we have Ryan Smith's development on the north end. We have, of course, the candy store, yeah, that potential, and I think you're going to see Rocky Mountain University in concert with the medical school just explode in terms of biotech innovation. And they really got some big ideas, and their intent is ultimately to take over and own the Oak Nobel Tower as an adjunct to the medical school facility and the R&D projects they have in mind there. So we have in 2 universities that, even though they're not technically graduate institutions, they do an awful lot of graduate type work and technology spin-offs. We ought to find better ways to hold on to them, to give them places to grow and support so that they stay here and feed our economy, instead of just spending a lot of money and effort to help them get to a certain point and then wave goodbye to them. So I just would like to address that in some creative context, and of course Keith and Bill and others would help us take the lead on that, but I think that's really worthwhile looking at, and maybe even forming a working group with some of these people like Ryan Smith and Cameron, now heading up Rocky Mountain and others like that. So just to give some thought to that, I just feel like it's a wasted opportunity to continue to be waving goodbye to promising companies.
No, I agree. We actually, Arian, who's the owner of the Kiln Concept, and is going to be building that building in the mix. We have a meeting set up with him this next month to pick his brain, because I think what we're going to try to do this year is have a startup summit and invite all the players in the startup environment to come to a summit where we talk about the incredible startup environment that we have here in Provo and how we can nurture it and foster it and keep it alive and well. I believe when I started here in Provo, that one of our accountabilities was to try to find a way to keep every company that's leaving Provo here in Provo. I just don't know if we can accomplish that. If I look up and down I-15 where all those companies are going to, there's huge amounts of open space that have become industrial parks that Provo just does not have. And so what I've become convinced of is that the one thing Provo can do is identify the companies that drank the Provo Kool-Aid, so to speak, and want to stay here. The Qualtrics companies that believe in Provo, and regardless of what the environment is, they're going to find a way to make this work. I think Thread is a perfect example of it. Started down in the startup building, just purchased the Old Rock Church, and are going to reinvest in downtown Provo because they believe in Provo and they're never leaving. Those are the kind of companies I think we have the potential to start and to grow and to keep. Some of the other companies that need the shiny nickel in Lehigh and Silicon Slopes, I just don't know that we're ever going to be able to compete with that because we don't have the real estate to create that same environment. But I mean, I think it's a good conversation that we ought to be evaluating and talking about.
Part of it's available real estate, and that's what we were raising before. We have an ever shrinking real estate base. But I mean, part of the competition from Lehigh, I mean, the county's become bipolar over the past 10 years, right? And so they have a great business development community there, in part because they have equal access to 2 workforces.
Yes,
So
exactly. That's right.
Secondly, they have access to Salt Lake Airport, which is one more reason why we want to expand and improve our airport, because of huge economic development catalyst potential. So all kind of meshes together.
But the other thing to consider is it's going to get worse, because when the point of the mountain starts developing, I mean, that's just going to become a huge commercial black hole. All the potential new development that could possibly happen is going to want to go there. And so I think we have an opportunity over the next couple of years to try to capitalize on what we have and try to create and capture what we can. After that, I think it's going to be really us heavily investing on the ones that we've got and keeping them. And
it'll be something of a black hole for capital.
Yeah, it will be.
Technologists, that's true. So one more reason maybe to get started with some kind of working group with our lead tech groups here in the city. Follow up with you, thanks.
Sounds great.
Okay, one second, about the downtown movie theater, I didn't understand that that would involve the city at all. Like, the city owns land, right? Does the city own that property?
Yes, we do.
So, but my idea, I thought that he wanted to either buy it or remodel it at least long-term, and that he would run it as a business, the city would be running it, right? So you just, does that just pertain to the fact that we own the land?
Yes, and my understanding is that the RFP to redevelop that land also required a proposal that would incorporate the rent-a-center property, which does not currently have a willing seller.
Oh, so have we done an RFP for both of those?
For an RFP, I'm sorry, I missed that.
The Artichoke and Rent Center.
No,
We
so
talked about
what
bringing
we're
them
planning
together.
to do is when Bill mentioned earlier that once we have the demolition of the old city hall underway, we'll do an RFP for the old city hall site, and we plan to fold into that roast artichoke piece too, because I think we'll get more response if that's an option in that package. That doesn't mean somebody couldn't propose to do something separately on the roast artichoke piece on its own, but we just kind of wanted to fold that into the whole project. We don't own the rent-a-center site, so it's going to be difficult for us to hypothesize about what potentially that could be. We'll continue to have conversations with them about what potentially could be done there or whatever, but that's.
So you think that's a benefit to add that random thing?
The roast artichoke piece, yeah, I think we'll get better responses from a broader market if we fold that into RFP for the old city hall site and then we just do it on its own. I mean, I don't have any problem with Tom Taylor proposing on that site. I think that's outstanding. I just think it would be in our best interest to consider, is that the highest and best use for that site?
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons I like the proposal is because it ends up being another amenity that could bring some economic development, but it's a very small little one. So it's hard to do that kind of small project with these bigger
Yeah, I like it because it's a niche product. Like, you've got Pioneer Book just down the street, you've got Kolaches, you've got all these kind of unique Provo institutions. And that feels like a unique Provo institution. I love the idea of a movie theater there that's, more of an arts theater thing. We are an enormous producer of video content in Provo. This is one of our biggest economies, actually, and people also enjoy the entertainment value. So
How do we get more?
I don't know how you get something better.
How do we get more Hallmark movies here?
What?
How do we get more Hallmark movies here?
They filmed one.
All right, we're gonna move on.
I know, they film them all the time.
Okay.
I recognize them.
Not to talk about all.
I promise, last two slides before the break. The next, we're really fiscal priorities. We talked a little bit about, well, not specifically debt reduction, but just fiscal solvency of the city. And we talked a little bit about emergency funds. I'll turn it over to Councilor Shipley. He had mentioned, well, debt reduction beyond debt service and the disaster recovery fund.
Yeah, these can be things that, maybe I can just visit with John and then bring to, we can bring to a work session sometime. In large part, the debt service for the city is debt that we can't do anything different than what we're doing. So I don't bring this up because there's all these opportunities across our debt and balance sheet where we can do one-off pay downs. But there are a few and some of them even minor areas where we have some debt that might become variable, that doesn't have prepay, that isn't funded by bonding, so there are just some small niche areas where on our balance sheet, I would, again, kind of this theme of utilize an opportunity where there's a windfall from a sales tax planning standpoint to maybe use that as an opportunity to pay down some of this debt where we can. But again, it's very limited. Understanding is very limited. And then on the disaster recovery, I voiced this the other night when we were talking about it. I just want that to be something that over the next few years we get ramped up. And then if it creates some kind of endowment and isn't something that we fund on an ongoing basis after that, I'm fine. But I want it to get up to some critical mass so that we have something that we can create value on an ongoing basis, in addition to, of course, acting as a disaster recovery fund.
And where are we at with that as far as what we can? Is there a max on that?
No.
And what is it at right now?
1.4 million.
Yeah. So I envision, like I think I mentioned, if it's somewhere between 3 and 5 and we're getting 4% on it, even from an interest standpoint, just that balance sitting, creates kind of an endowment where we can accomplish some different objectives every year from an emergency, planning and preparation standpoint. And then, of course, it serves its primary purpose of being there if something big happens. But I don't think there's any amount of money that will be enough to take care of every scenario we can think of, but I think it's a great down payment on having something there. And again, perhaps even more importantly, creates that ongoing every year focus on what can the city do this year with a few bucks to get ready. So again, doesn't need to be a priority necessarily as a council that we need to communicate any differently than I think we already have. I think if it's part of our budget, that we take some of the carryovers and some of the excess that we have from a funding standpoint each year, then I think we're doing a great job. And I think we'll get to that critical mass within a few short years, and then we can turn it into more of an endowment. But I won't be here when it gets there, so I guess that's my, I just keep it going.
Well, you could be here if you wanted to be here. I'm just saying, it's not like anyone's forcing you out.
Put that in there.
I'm gonna start writing an effort.
Ooh, yeah, if you wrote him in and he won.
Forced to.
You have a choice.
Meetings are always open to the public. All right, the next slide, this was really our miscellaneous category. There were a few different items that didn't fit in one group, but they included, just quickly, a Provo app / calendar. A few council members had mentioned the marina, state legislative coordination between the administration and council, and then late in the game, it was mentioned flood mitigation and FEMA report that was given previously. So if anyone wants to jump in and start.
Well, I keep putting marina on any list. I know the mayor and her predecessor have worked hard to try to find a way to control the marina, turn into something really nice and attractive, both for recreation purposes as well as economic development elements. It's some kind of a benighted marina right now. The state owns it, and we'll have to buy it or lease it or something if we could get some state subsidy money to operate it properly. But I know that Mayor Curtis developed a nice plan to redo the marina in a really nice, attractive way. And I know that Scott will have another major project.
It's a beautiful master plan.
Yeah. And so I just want to keep it in front of us. I don't know if we're ever going to have a legislative opening that's going to come to us. I think we probably just have to keep beating the drums, right?
Well, Isaac can speak to my meeting with the governor face to face over this exact issue last month in his office.
Yeah, we're pushing the issue. She pushed the issue all the way up to the top. And the part of the problem is our direction from legislators was go try to work with the state to see if they can get it where they want. And so they're in this awkward little position of trying to dance and show us good faith. And we're in the awkward position. We didn't want necessarily to go that route. We just wanted to be as clean and easy. But so we're kind of in this pattern where they are spending more money on it. The state Department of Natural Resources and the head of the parks for the state is taking the extra money he has and putting it towards improvements there. They're going to try to put in a
Playground.
new like walking track and then a playground and different things. And so we're kind of in that phase of the effort, which I think ultimately they sense and we sense that at some point we'll say, okay, you've had some leash and this is what you've done, and we still think we could do something more. So we're kind of in I don't know that we're in a phase to strike and do much more than we are right now, but to keep raising the issue.
And in the June or we were thinking a 50-year plan, right? So the question is how do we move it? Are you in touch with Kevin Stratton, who chairs that committee in the legislature?
Yes.
I mean, Kevin, we got to put a fire under Kevin. We could do something like that.
I have a question here. Is there enough information that the council has to support this going forward? Because I feel like there's a lot of questions and it's hard for me to say, yeah, this is what Provo City wants when the council hasn't had any sort of policy put forth about that. And to our conversation earlier, it's absolutely a unique jewel to have in your Parks and Recreation portfolio, but the ongoing operations and maintenance, and especially the liabilities involved, would be huge. And are we prepared to take that on long-term when we have these other liabilities, like an Olympic venue, like a regional sports park? So I feel like there's a due process that, at least in my 3 years on the council, it hasn't been fleshed out. And there's more work to be done. And so if a legislator asked me, hey, doesn't Provo want this? I couldn't say that the council does, because I don't know that this council's had that conversation.
Could we put that on a work meeting and move on to the other items? Because I think that there's plenty to talk about.
Okay, kind of related to the marina is our study on river and lake. You know, what's the status on that? Do you know?
They're getting going on it, but the foothill and canyons one is ahead of it in line, and ahead of that is the resilience, and ahead of that is the general plan. But it is getting going.
Right? We do some parallel instead of having to make it serial.
Well, we are going to do a citizen survey about canyons, foothills, river, and lake. So that will provide, and they're putting together that. They're not waiting in total sequence. They are.
Good. Are the consultants doing that?
Yes, in coordination with Y2.
But the consultants are writing the plan for the rivers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so their kickoff meeting was in late August, and the anticipated timeline is roughly a year. So they've had their kickoff meeting and development services
This is design works, right?
Design workshop.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
So
what we hired.
it seems to me like they ought to do a canyon plan recommendations simultaneously with the river and lakes, because they're interrelated.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do them exactly simultaneously, but they're overlapping. That's what I understand.
And George, just to throw another little twist in our Utah Lake piece, pending on a bridge or whatever they might decide to do across the lake, that'll have significant impacts if it comes into Provo, and where it lands and what that looks like as well.
Who's pushing it anymore? I think the lake development, the islands and all that.
It's not that, it's MAG,
Transportation.
the transportation.
What did Meg's gonna take that seriously?
I think they've got like one that has 3 literal crossings.
I can mention, flood mitigation, your department made a presentation about that, and it freaked all of us out. And there hasn't been any update about that, and I didn't know if that was a massive budgetary issue on the horizon, or whether that was going to get resolved.
If I can, calm the fears a little bit, don't go into, any major concern about it. So we continue to work on that. Kind of on 2 fronts. So one, we've made a BRIC application to FEMA. FEMA is the same group that funded the ASR treatment plan. So this is more traditional, in line with flood mitigation that FEMA does. And so we're preparing another BRIC application. I have to tell you, it's a long shot, especially to get it 2 years in a row from FEMA, but we are going to make an application again this year. The other thing that we're doing is approaching some of the water agencies that have reservoirs of Provo Canyon, and starting to talk a little bit about, modification on operating those dams, so that in good water years, when you have a lot of water and they're going to spill the reservoir and create flooding downstream, they start anticipating that earlier and put it in another storage. This is where ASR comes into, coordination with other agencies, so that they can kind of anticipate, hey, we're going to have a good runoff. And you can't wait until June to decide, hey, you're going to have a good runoff. That's too late. You've got to do it earlier than that. We've actually visited with 4 different water agencies on that exact approach. I don't know. I won't say that they're open to it, but we've at least we've at least started the conversation.
That was the only item that I remember being such a potentially large price tag, but it seemed like it canceled everything. You know, it's like if that ended up being.
If nothing changes,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be a big price tag, but we're trying to change a few items in that area.
I put on the Provo app, I like talking about doing the redoing the website. I see that an app for Provo City stuff would be sort of efficient, and I think it would really help bring in our college age people, especially with how communication is such an issue on campus, and it's so hard to communicate with campus. So I think, I don't know where things line up as far as what would be beneficial to staff, but I think about the 311 issues, and that is a huge issue of seeing that something is really not done, but you've got to think that it's done. And having, I know other cities do it where, you know, they take pictures of the pothole, put the address in, send it in, and then they get very detailed, you know, it goes through the process, they see where it is in the process, and then they can be sent a message directly through that for calendar stuff, for easier access to quickly contact departments or council or the mayor or whatever. I just think it's more modern and more up to date. People would use it more. We could incorporate our parking into it, if any paid parking. Our garages have more easy information as to where to park in the garages and the hours, and if there's a cost or if they're free. I don't know, I just think it would be a huge asset, but I understand that'd be a significant expense probably.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a great idea, and I think you can tie it into the new revised website.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some like
And I bet
fee
you could
sharing
get
or.
a college class at BYU in computer science department, take that on as a project.
There's probably vendors out there who are doing it for other cities, right?
Oh, for
So
sure.
you can pay your bill, you can pay for
Yeah.
parking, you can call your counselor, you can find a map.
Oh, it's being done in other
Yeah,
cities.
yeah,
I know
yeah.
Sandy does it. I know
Yeah.
lots of cities do it.
I agree. All right, well, let's take a break, and come back.
Wait.
I've got one more
Your
quick.
stickers?
I was gonna speak to one on
Yep.
here. So the state legislative coordination between the administration and the council, sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. In last session, we saw this where there was different issues that came up and we wanted to be on the same page, but maybe we weren't yet on the same page. Patrice and I were on LPC last year. I hope we're both on it this year. But in the past, the council's passed resolutions or letters to the legislators supporting either mass transit or the ecological quality of Utah Lake. We need to be thinking about that ASAP. If we're going to send any letters or sign any resolutions, it needs to be done in January. It should have been done in November, to be honest. And then it would be terrific if there was more communication and more coordination so that all the councilors were involved. The legislative process is absolutely critical at the state level because their legislation affects our legislation, and we all need to be involved. And then we also need to know what's happening on the administration side, right? So if a report could be sent every week, know what's going on, who's moving what, then Catrice and I could be better advocates, or we could say, hey, maybe that's not where the council's at, and readdress those internally.
It's a great idea to have a weekly update on issues that affect Provo. But also in the past, it seems like almost every year, we've had a meeting between the council and our local legislators.
Yeah,
Is that
you're
on the
right.
calendar or not?
Well, we should set that up. Another thing we should think about is if the council feels really seriously about sidewalk funding or another kind of funding, and we're all on board, then we should consider hiring our own lobbyists. And I think we have some money within the council's office budget to go out and find that money with the state. And maybe it's not sidewalks, maybe it's something else, but we shouldn't be reactive with the legislature. We should be proactive, and we're already reactive.
Well, let's get that meeting together and let's get a list of issues that you're aware of that are directly applicable.
Justin, will you help us set that up?
Sooner the better.
Is that something that we know is a fact, that there's money out there that we are not getting, that we could get, that's going to other cities that we don't have a lobbyist?
Well, there's a lobbyist, right? Isaac acts as a lobbyist. There's a contract lobbyist, and the administration assigns them to work on something, and they could work on it. Or we could hire our own lobbyist as a council, but there is money. And there are specific lobbyists, like there's a lobbyist that's really good at getting money from UW. Really, really good. And UDOT has the money, and it's whoever's prepping the groundwork, whoever has the relationships, whoever has a shovel-ready project, et cetera, they're pulling the money to their cities. And it happens all the time, and Provo's done it before, but how will the council be involved? And are we advancing the council's priorities with other people's, I shouldn't say other people's money, but with state money?
Isn't Paul Rogers our engaged lobbyist?
Yeah, on behalf of the administration, but we've never met with them.
Is there a reason why we can't?
No, it just seems so weird how you separate us, because I feel like we're all on the same team. So if you want something or you
If we give them work to do, yeah. But we would need updates from the administration really regularly, right? So like a couple times a week, because that's how fast things move.
Isaac was over the legislature, and we have Paul Rogers and his whole team, his family, his team.
It sounds like the issue is just the communication. So maybe with the new council leadership, can be getting updates from Isaac about your conversations.
Leadership.
And that can be part of our leadership meetings that will get into leadership notes and go out to the council as a whole. So that we don't, so that we're all apprised of what's going on, maybe.
Yeah, I just would, as long as it doesn't, I wouldn't expect you'd want me to go through the league stuff, it would be the Provo City stuff.
Correct.
I don't, that changes every meeting, so I don't want to be redoing league stuff, but if it's Provo City alone, yeah. we would do that. That'd be great.
So we listen to league stuff.
Yeah, we have access to the league stuff, but we haven't really found that coordination on the.
And I love seeing, like with the mayor's Big Six, I mean, that aligns very well with what the council, like you say, we're a good team. A lot of things that we put in the budget last year, even though we got it very late, was still fulfilled and still made a priority, and that's good to see.
All right, I'm going to declare a break time.
No,
One last slide.
Oh,
Yeah.
stopping you. You're not allowed yet. I'm
One
sorry.
last one.
Who's the chair of this?
So we talked about quite a few of these. So I'm not gonna ask anyone to talk about them. General plan obviously coming next week. These are the plans that are on development services docket that are currently being worked on. And then I've got in there Rock and State Canyon as well that are being worked on by Public Works and Parks as well. We've grouped them together, and after meeting with council leadership, we've put together a little quick activity. You'll all be given 4 stickers.
After the break.
During.
We're taking a break.
Yeah, after the
Okay.
break.
Oh, yeah, all right.
We have to-
It doesn't have to happen before.
Haven't you sensed a sense of urgency?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Nature is calling.
Yeah.
Very loud. Sorry, Bill.
Yeah.
Just before the public recording. And then I can take the vote, start doing the recording again afterwards. This is our document.
Recording stopped.
I waited my whole life. Yeah, I just saw it as a group. Yeah, it is. I need something. Yeah.
I think I want to ask you.
So that's
Give
6.
us some money for.
It's like, it's crazy. You know, it's halftime, but then I got the, what do they call it? Kind of like,
Yeah, because I really can.
keep it up a little bit, you know, so she's there. They do a little bit of a lift on it, and then I would get, I'm tired.
Fantastic.
When is it?
Decided it's time, man, I'm right. I'm not done driving the 20-year-old.
But like our
It is a bummer that it
washers or
matches
whatever,
the
like
seasonal
this.
schedule.
We've got it. Yeah.
Because then when it's summertime,
And they are not getting.
nobody's looking for indoor.
Yeah. We're gonna spend money lobbying the state, I'd rather we get it on.
So.
We had a deal with the administration that we want to
Right, those are conversations we need to have. But then we also need to know what the administration, what money is the administration. Because we don't know. I've never heard.
That's inside just blocks.
I just ruined your plan, didn't I? You wanted us to do it during the break?
No, you're good. We can do it after the break. It'll be quick. You only have 4 stickers.
Can you circle together field house and ice arena? It's the same thing.
I guess.
It's literally the same thing.
Good. All right. Good.
Okay, I'm working on my proposal.
Except your.
Not done.
John, how you doing?
Get some ventilation going on.
Yeah, I told them as soon as they brought the door open, I'm gonna fit.
Oh, good, huh?
Yeah.
And I didn't realize I was hot until
I didn't
the air
realize.
started going out. Like, it's hot in here. Yes.
That would take.
What's new with you?
Just get ready for the budget. It's hard to believe it's, we're thinking 2024 now.
Yeah.
So.
They might never come back.
I was late last week.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's hard to really, you know, it's hard to really align with. What would you recommend?
We can say we're gonna populate it like food stuff, and then the ones you mentioned. And we'll send that out, and then once we send it out, we'll have
Well, she's not. Bottom line is.
No, which ones we want to be on our side and one Provo's for leather defense guy. When I get ready coming up next month. That's good.
Hey, do we have an audience inside of the?
Rachel and Mark.
Rachel and Mark?
And I think it's great to number one, change the overall hierarchies for the command. But I would even say specific questions related to city departments. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Surviving, sometimes that's all we do.
I think that'd be great. The only thing I would add is when I saw it.
Yeah, just for facilitation for the rest of the And what we're gonna do is everyone will have.
This is amazing.
On the wall, with your-
Don't work out.
Yeah.
And then we put that on a spreadsheet.
There, I saw her when I left, and I still embarrassed. She was
I get your point.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, stressing about it.
How many we want to include in
We
which ones want to get
Does not look anything like we did in the past. We're out here that first day. It's like, hey, I maybe a little time on the treadmill, but that's not new.
I went to a yoga class. And I got to work.
I put a note on that, I know that we want to use like that outside of the blender.
One of my friends wants to.
And also, as far as like.
So this is for new priorities that are not,
I feel like
all the old
I.
priorities from the previous letter that have not yet, ongoing but not yet addressed, are still ongoing. The big five are on the. These
These are, if you wanna add to it, you want.
I do want to make more five to their speech, how the new year has been.
Yeah.
First time that we go to talk through our different legislative priorities.
I think just, well, I think just reading through the list, and then we could just kind of explain that one corner, put all of your legislative priorities, send out emails to everybody, and then ongoing, and then we'll send out, like, it'll be on SharePoint, and then look at it.
And then I know Rachel. On the legislative thing,
Yeah, and the problem is that was their time.
You don't do it, you will eventually.
First, it has a bill.
I think this is not fully ready.
And that's what the program was.
I think that's.
I came from.
well, there's also. That was right before me, but I know that we have, like, I know that John wrote an extensive.
Well, and we now have data.
Right, and that was the big hesitation before, it's like, oh, we don't want to do that for the first city. Now we don't have.
We can call our cities now.
I'm mentioning something that I don't think you or I mentioned in our email. Let's tell them about legislative priorities. So, I want to sponsor.
Norm's running a bill discussion about the municipal voting, like, pilot project.
Okay.
I think that's
And I want to talk to the administration about talking to the legislature about
Anyway.
funding.
Thanks, I'll be looking for your triple lights soon.
That's my goal.
The administration.
I don't know if I was on, so.
I have to show you my cousin, I did all the things, what they're going after. And, this is, what my entire one of those lobbies, so it's really good.
I feel like you the last couple of days. Get it, girl. All his back.
Yeah, I don't want to give away. Okay, we gotta get started.
That was not one.
Let's,
Recording in
I
progress.
didn't specify how long the break was, did I? I just said, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Right now.
Oh, Leah's got it.
Oh, Leah's got it.
What should I do next to? I like don't have to
Join
Zoom.
Zoom and.
Oh.
You won't be able to see it on.
Sanitation and.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, the more I do,
Yes. But city we chose not to go with the song. Yes, I understand.
901. 0478.
You would, because we keep it.
Well, we
open.
can't, I don't think we can go after this yet.
Yeah.
So I would also first off, in March, maybe we have a, I said a decision. I don't know if that's, there are certain ones that are very specific. Rachel and Mark are inspiring in the chambers, they're like, it's awesome, it's nice and cool in here, and there's no one here.
All right, are we ready? I don't even see half the room.
Are we supposed to do the sticker thing?
Where's the council?
Yes, we're gonna do the sticker thing, but we need to explain it in a minute.
Where's the rest of the council? Where did Travis go? Dave
Okay, oh
Schiff
yeah,
is
just
gone.
need your co-host so you can screen share.
Okay, I think we're ready.
I don't know what I'm screen sharing.
We'll make a semblance of a
Whatever you're
start.
putting on the picture.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
Okay, so don't start this.
Should I just share the screen of the?
Yeah,
Zoom?
okay. Yeah, or Zoom.
All right,
My email?
George, you're out here on your
I
own.
know, I'm trying.
Okay, I'll go find them. I got this.
I see Patrice out there. Can you tell?
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
I'm just gonna stand here.
I told Bill I was walking away, so I think he's on a mission.
Okay.
All right. Tell me when.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're live again. Welcome back, everybody. Let me just say a few words about how we're gonna spend the next hour, and hour is all we're gonna spend, maybe less. Because we wanna make sure we have enough time for our closed meeting. But we are going to, we need to finish this discussion about budget priorities. Let me clarify that, and staff can correct me if I don't get this quite right, but you'll recall in that letter that we created last year, there are a number of items on that list that are ongoing. One, I think that is obvious, for example, is the public safety 5-year plan. So that priority is not going away, even though it's not on this list of new ideas that we've generated. The big 6 ideas that the mayor has presented to us have already had quite a bit of agreement from the council. So I think we're also assuming that those will be agreed upon priorities for the council. But if there are any motions to the contrary, you will need to make those motions. And then we have this list that we just went through that is now up on this whiteboard, and it's also on your piece of paper.
Yes.
Right here. So everyone have this piece of paper. Justin gave this to you at the beginning. So what we want you to do, well, I'll have staff explain what we want to do and how long we're going to have for it. So, but after we're done doing that, I mean, the goal here is to identify what are the new priorities that should be added to the list, okay? There's another item that will need some discussion, but probably not a lot in this meeting, and that is legislative priorities. You've all sent in a list of legislative priorities that you have for yourself and you hope for the council over the course of this next year. I want to just say that I think we're probably not going to spend a lot of time in this meeting talking about those because they're available. The staff have done a really helpful job of preparing a new format for that, and you're going to talk us through how that's going to work. Okay. But I will just simply remind everybody that that information has been collated, and that information is going to be ongoing and used by the staff to help them manage their time. But I do want to signal underscore something really important. Just while I've got the platform here, there's something really important that we're trying here as a shift. I think this is a pretty significant change in my time on the council, because we're no longer going to have the ad hoc committees. We're not going to have even standing committees, although we have our various assignments and liaison work that we have on the council. And what this does, in my mind, is that it shifts the burden or the responsibility and opportunity for making things happen in the city a little bit more onto our own shoulders. Because as per our council policy, any two members of the council can bring any item forward on a work meeting for discussion, and then for a potential motion for further exploration, legislative action, or it gets defeated, right? So anything that you want, anything that you find yourself saying, hey, the council's not addressing, the city needs this, the burden is really on you to find a partner and to build that consensus to try to make it happen, okay? The goal here, of course, is that we will be more efficient, that we won't be spending lots of time on a committee developing a policy that is struggling to get out of the committee, and then it gets to the council and it struggles there as well. This way, if something has traction early, it will have traction. If it doesn't have traction early, it won't. And if you are frustrated by the lack of traction, then you're going to have to, start talking more to your fellow councilors to build that consensus. So I think this is a little more entrepreneurial as a model than what we've had. And I think that's exciting. I think that's challenging. But it gives, so I think the list you made, and it's probably like it is with me, an ongoing changing list as you think about things that you want to see happen legislatively. That's going to be your priority list, your personal priority list, your personal goals for 2023 that you are going to want to work with other council members to try to make happen. And the staff is standing at the ready to assist us with that. Their challenge in this new model is how to figure out how to, make everything happen in a timely way without them having to work exceedingly long hours and so on. So we're going to have to figure some of this. Some of us may have council priorities, for example, legislative priorities that are time constrained in some way, like, hey, we got to get this passed by April for whatever reason, or this one I could do over the summer or even into the fall. It's not as important that it happen right away. So you may have to make those judgment calls on your own or in consultation with your fellow councilors or with the staff about what's feasible or not, and how much time you think what you're asking would take from the staff in order to make it happen. Okay, any questions or thoughts about that? We'll go through a little bit about how this new software package is going to work, and I'll stop talking. Go ahead. Michael and Malia, are you going to take it over?
Yeah. Michael's gonna.
All right, so we're going to talk about the stickers. So you all just got some envelopes, and inside of those envelopes you'll find 3 red dots and 1 blue dot. So the purpose of this activity is to get you guys up and putting these dots on the various priorities that have been identified for the administration to work on in the upcoming year. And what we're going to want to do is put all of this on a spreadsheet. We'll see which ones have the most support. And at the end, we'll be looking for direction or a motion from the council to decide which ones will become the official priorities for the council, which also include public safety, all the ongoing priorities from last year that have not yet been resolved, and also the mayor's big 6. So just as some other rules on here, the red dots are worth 1 point each, and the 1 blue dot is worth 2 points. So the blue dot represents your most important administrative priority for the year, and the red dots represent other priorities. You could put all 3 of your red dots and your blue dot all on the same one if you really, really want to. So that's kind of how you want to strategize. And also, just as another note, the plans, which represents like the Canyon Foothills plan, the general plan, the gateway plan, anything with the word plan attached to it is all lumped together as one item. So you can't like vote for one plan over another plan. It's just completion of the plans in the order that developmental services has already prioritized is what voting for the plans counts for.
And we lump together the Provo Peaks ice rink,
Yeah.
everything. So
Okay,
Yeah,
we will
put that
also,
together. There's like a little
there we go,
bracket.
yeah, there's a bracket there.
I have
Can
a
I
question.
ask, so there are a couple there's some items on this list that I feel are great and I want to see happen, but I don't necessarily think or know yet if there is a budgetary implication to that. So
Yeah.
can I just leave that blank for now?
Yeah, so
or-
I was taking notes while we were talking about the administrative priorities, about things that you wanted more information on in a work meeting before you signal anything regarding budgetary funds. So those will be noted, and I'll talk about that in the council issue tracker. So you can still vote on it, just as a budget priority, but we did note that you want more information.
So we only have 4 votes, and we can
5.
only vote on these things. 4 dots.
4 dots, 5
And we
dots.
can only vote on these things, nothing else.
Yes.
So
And I
here's
don't know
my
if you heard
question.
it at the beginning, but yeah, all the priorities from the previous year that are ongoing or haven't been addressed are still carrying over, and then all the mayor's big 6 are carryovers. So those are assumed to be priorities without us voting on. These are just for identifying new ones, additional ones.
So why is plans not a carryover?
Kind of is, which is why
It
they're all
is-
grouped.
It is a carryover, but
So Rock and Slate Canyon were noted in that previous letter. We've included them in the
Okay.
plans.
it was just
But the
noted
others.
how counselors wrote in about prioritizing that was just very different than other carryovers, and so we wanted it to be separate.
Okay.
it's gonna get done whether we put a sticker by it or not, right?
Yeah, and so why waste my sticker on something that I know is gonna have to happen anyway?
Then you-
Well, I was one of the people. I guess if that's true, then it is moot. But I was not, what worried me when we were talking about priorities is like, well, I don't want anything to significantly slow down the planning process. So for me, that still is a very high priority, because if we said, oh, I've got 12 dream projects and that slows down the planning process as a result, for me, that's a concern. So that's why I wanted it on that list. I might put all my stickers on there. I feel that strongly about it.
So Councilor Hammond, your point, and this is something I'll throw Bill's name out there because he's here, and he's mentioned this, is, just have that in mind when thinking about the priorities. If the different plans are a priority, but then there's also another priority that involves development services, there's only a limited number of staff and time to complete everything, and if their time is shifted to something new, maybe it's at the expense of one of the plans, so just a little more background.
Yeah.
Bill, if you want to share anything there.
Yeah, because we have felt that the plans, those long-range plans are a priority to council. I've tried to take responsibilities and tasks off the desk of long-range planners to keep them focused on those things. Fortunately, there's been a little bit of slowdown in development applications, so Kurt Heine can jump in and help out. Finally, I've got full planning staff hired, but 2 of our new hires are very experienced, so they can't just jump in and do everything that's needed right now. But we're trying to understand your priorities and manage our workload to accomplish your priorities.
Okay, so we just go and do it now?
Go ahead.
2 points blue,
I
3
texted
points,
Tiffany,
1
I don't know
point.
if I'm
Oh, he said I was stickers.
Yeah, I think we were both sending it. That's why I took a picture of it. Yeah.
We're not gonna stand over there.
They were already on the top.
Sticker?
Which one?
Counselors,
There's a lot of
readers. I just wanted to let you know that because the meeting is technically still going on, we are still recording. So your side conversations while you're voting will still be picked up and recorded for posterity.
So me complimenting Shannon's shirt on the record.
On the record.
Yeah. What? Side conversations are recorded.
Oh, should we tell us what you want to say?
No.
Right.
Building the one that was falling apart, the roof was on, and it was very, yeah, now it's just a little here.
Oh, yeah, I've driven the stairs, so just don't let them start.
Yeah, just like, a lot of fundraising and everything.
We're going again?
Selling
We're around?
nonprofit.
Disaster.
Yeah, and that we would be able to host kind of.
Yes.
No, not that I want it to be a part-time. Like, see, like. But right now.
Just as an excellent, but is it accurate? I mean, is it true that they have? They're getting cards, right? Whether they just make a change for data, they just need to have.
Oh, absolutely.
This is hard.
Expensive to keep.
We need more staff.
This is hard, even my. That's what we just did. That's what we hear. They spend more money. But the church, and I say double up. I'm gonna pay the accounting.
Lottery.
I don't think a lot of.
We are down there, it's probably looking at us.
I think it's.
Looking at us. But I mean, the policies over the last 5 years have put 1,000 multi-family units in South State. And those are. I wish there was something. I'm headed there after this. It's for
You better get your things on there.
It's a great place for college too. It's really picture. Everything's picked over, just when you come back to campus, right, in January, and I went to that Smith's on like Friday night or something, and the students had all been there. Yes, because they're back in town, and they're restocking their fridges and their pantries, and they all went back to Smith's. That's why, it's just. I just think people are better. Groceries are just.
This new culture that we're trying to do.
Yeah.
You're not gonna always go there. You want to bring it to them.
We gotta have this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a hotline.
The hotline.
Yeah. You want to be one of those hotlines?
Oh. I did all that already. I'm just like, I'm looking for one.
That's why you can't do it.
That's killing me.
That's like my older brother shooting up
Points to see.
Take
it outside the box.
Yeah.
Back to the airport.
Oh, that's how you feel.
So they're using it. They're using it. CTO, I always did.
derelict.
I just read an article, I'm not saying we should. I just read an article about how like cyber crime.
All right, how we doing, guys?
No, yes, but it's there's a decrease in like global cyber crime. Yes. Either fighting Ukraine or fighting Russia. Like pulling those resources into that. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna, while we finish up the stickers, Michael's gonna tabulate them. Leah's gonna walk us through this new process, new legislative process. So I'll just repeat what I was saying earlier. Can I have everyone's attention? What's that, what is it? I forgot what it was, it's not too big.
Eyes on me.
Let me just remind you that this now, the onus is on us to not just say, hey, somebody ought to do X, but it's actually, I need a partner on the council to help me do X. And I need, staff time to do it, and so I've consulted, and this is how it's gonna work. So Malia's got, Malia and Michael put together this brilliant it's not software, but it's using software to create this beautiful, I don't know, what do you call this, a sheet, a program, a spreadsheet. It's really wonderful.
Excellent.
I'm gonna stop talking, let Malia explain it. Go ahead, Malia.
Okay, so Michael and I created this, we're calling it the council issue request tracker. So this is how we're going to keep track of all of the issues that you guys submit and your legislative priorities. So first, I'm going to go over how you formally submit a council issue request. So these would come up in committees or during a work meeting or after a council meeting. Someone would say, hey, staff, can you look at this, or can you look into this? So like today, when we said, looking at city trees and the policy, for how we evaluate trees or cut them or trim them. Instead of just saying that, instead, you submit an official council issue request. So everyone will have a link to this Google form. It's very simple. And so instead, what you're going to do is you're going to find at least one co-sponsor. So that is 2 council members. You can have more. And then you're going to submit your request. Every request will at least have one work meeting presentation. At the end of its initial work meeting presentation, there needs to be a motion, either by the sponsor, co-sponsor, or no motion if they don't want it to go forward, to then have the council move forward with additional research, additional action, more direction to staff to continue, and that'll take the majority vote of the council. So, and then date and length of item presentation, it's all going to be pretty equal across the initial presentations, probably a half hour for each, but this is, we'll talk about it in leadership. With that being said, the council issue tracker and another sheet on that, which I'll explain in a second, is all going to be on SharePoint and completely transparent, so you can see. So you can see exactly like, oh, Councilor Whipple, she's had 4 things in work meeting and I've had 0. Like, that's very transparent. You can see that. And you can see how much time has been spent on it by staff as well. But going back to a request, so if you have a request and you want another counselor, you'll just submit your email here. That's just so that way you can go back and look at what you submitted and what you put in exactly, and you can edit that if you'd like to. Let me do this in review. Okay, so you're gonna put your email in, and then your name, and then your co-sponsor or sponsors for the item. If you do have more than one, that'll kind of signal that there's large support for it. So if there's like 5 of you that want to do it, then that shows that it already has majority support of the council, and that'll help leadership and staff also in research and delegating time to it in a work meeting. Okay, priority level, this is an arbitrary standard of priority that Michael and I made up for an easy way to categorize what is important to you. So you can categorize, so if you have 8 requests, only one of those requests can be prioritized as number 1. So that is your top priority that you want done through the council at that moment. So it supersedes all of your other personal issue requests that you have. And then 2 and 3, you can have as many as you want on numbers prioritized as 2 or 3. That's basically how we're prioritizing things. That being said, if you want to change your priority level on something, just speak with your co-sponsor or sponsors about that and say, hey, I'm probably going to change the priority level of this to a 1, or something is a 1. You're like, something else has come up that I think should be a top priority, so I'm going to move that to the top. So this is very fluid. It's not like locked in, but it just helps staff so that way we know what to work on. So not everyone says, I have 5 number 1s. There's only Michael and I, and so we would not be able to do that for everyone. So there'll only be 7 number 1s at a time. So then you'll submit just a brief title or a name for the issue just by something, so that way when we're talking, we can go by it. So same with the summary. If you could include information about this would be great, just to help staff and leadership in making decisions about where to put it on a work meeting, who we need to do background research before it comes to a work meeting. Like George mentioned, time sensitivity. So for example, water conservation efforts, we probably want to do that now before we get into spring and summer. If you foresee a fiscal impact, you're like, oh, this is going to be a huge fiscal impact, so that might lead into kind of a budget discussion, especially in before May and June when we pass the budget. And then any internal or external partners. So going back to conservation easements, speaking with other partners from Utah Open Lands, and then any internal partners as well. And then this is just if you remember or you know of past action or research. Again, this is just to help Michael and I as we're reading through these. So if you know there was a work meeting presentation, just let us know and we can look that up. It's easy for us to find all of this information, but just so that way you're thinking through that. And if you're thinking through an issue and it has like all of these clicked and you're like, oh, it has a work meeting, a formal and committee, like we know it's been an ongoing issue, and so that'll help kind of direct how we research.
If you're not sure, would you just write that in on the?
Yeah, so if you're not sure, you can be like, probably, but I'm not sure. And we can look things up. It's pretty easy to find things, and if Michael and I can't, Elizabeth can find literally anything, so we have her. So then once you submit a request, then it's gonna come to us, and then we will fill out this tracker. And this is the tracker that will be on SharePoint, so everyone can look at it in real time and you can see everybody's issues that they've submitted and where they are as far as research and status. So it's just going to have what was on the survey, counselor that submitted, the co-sponsors, the priority level, and you can filter all these because it's a table. A title, a summary, issue file. This is so you can easily find it through issue files or resolutions if there has been past action on it. A fiscal impact, you might not know that at that time, but we might be able to fill that out. Time sensitivity. Primarily legislative or administrative. This is staff, something we can convert, figuring out research and how to present this and what it is going to look like at a work meeting. Partnerships, people that we need to speak with. And then state or regional connections. So if there's for example, if we're working on something this month and I know there's a bill, for example, a lot of you for legislative priorities put home ownership. And I'll actually show you right now. I'm tracking bills related directly to home ownership and housing affordability. These are just the ones that are public right now. There's going to be a lot more. So I might list some of those bills and say, well, here's some attached bills that are going on in the state, or if other cities have similar things. And then this last column is general plan, and Michael put in a lot of hours. And on this third sheet here, he took every goal from the implementation matrix and the new general plan, the one that is going to be passed this year. Took every goal and with its sub goal and the action to carry it out, and then it's just in order. The departments that are mainly in charge of that, and then partners, council involvement, and then any notes or additional things. So for every council issue request, we'll be able to match it to something in the general plan if it makes sense that it is something in the general plan. If you remember last year and many previous years, in our code, it requires the council executive director to assess the general plan goals and how they are being accomplished within the city. And as leadership looked at it this year, we realized that it's kind of a tedious task that doesn't really make sense for a lot of departments to attach their budgetary goals or even their day-to-day actions with certain things in the general plan. But for some it does, and so we just wanted, if there is a connection to the general plan, how we can track that, and that'll help coordination with the administration as well. So next year when we have this meeting, we can look back and really see our progress on the general plan, but also just as a city as a whole. So that's how we're going to have the issue request up there. It's going to be, you can see the timestamps, just the date that it was submitted and we received it. So today, when you all submitted your legislative requests over the holidays, those, Michael and I are going to fill out this issue request with those specifically. And then you can tell us kind of your priority level on those, and then that'll kind of get us started on research and how we approach work meetings. One other sheet that we created just for transparency, but also just so we can track issues. So say we want to talk about east-west corridor plans. So we'll have the date of an initial meeting or background research that either Michael or I do, and we'll fill in just some basic notes. Just who we met with, what we talked about, how long the meeting was, and then we'll have a work meeting, how many minutes it had in the work meeting and what was discussed, if there's any motions. And we can merge cells for however long, but this will also help show us that if an item, for example, ADUs last year, when it was at like 7 meetings, you can see it'll, like ADUs would be a lot of lines, and you can see like all the meetings, all the work meetings, all the council meetings it was at. So we can actually track and see how much time is being spent on an issue. And I think this will also help us assess on, oh, like, are we missing any questions? Like, we keep going to a council meeting with this, but we're not getting a vote. Like, is there something that we need to do more in the initial stages so that way everyone's more informed, so when we get to a council meeting, we can have better public input and make a better decision, and in a more timely manner as well. So that's kind of our new system for this year. Obviously, we haven't tried it out yet. And so if we run into some weird hiccups, we can of course change it. And so that's how we're going to approach issues this year.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I know that I did this because I knew about this program. But I indicated on my legislative priorities who I thought was already a co-sponsor, but
Yeah.
you may not necessarily have that information. Are you going to reach out to us and
Yes.
say, hey, have you talked to anybody yet about this one, or is this just you?
Yeah, so I think the plan is to take those legislative priorities, which I can pull up in a second, and fill them out through this, and then send an email to everyone and say, these are your legislative priorities, and we'll send a link to this and say, this is how we put them in here. If you don't, and you need a co-sponsor, and then please inform us if you're co-sponsor for this. And then if you can't find one for an item, then we'll just take it off the chapter until you do.
It'd be nice if you show up there with 3 or 4. Like,
Oh, yeah.
If people want to respond to the mass email and just put down the
Definitely, yeah.
next to ones that are
Oh, that would
interested
be, yeah, that would be easier if we just did that,
You know.
that last one.
in.
Yeah. so
Yeah, I
my-
mean, the question isn't so much, and it isn't so much, would you vote in favor of a piece of legislation
Yeah, it's
that
just
does
if you want
X?
to hear.
It's like,
against
do
it.
you think this is something we ought to spend time on in a work session?
And I think that should be the question you ask.
Yeah.
Potential co-sponsors, because I think sometimes, like, people call me and they're like, this is really important to me, like, what do you think? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I can see how that's really important. Maybe I don't want to spend time at a work meeting, but I also don't want to, like, tell Patrice, like, face to face, right? But if you ask me, do you want this on a work meeting? I might be kind of forced to say, like, not really. So I think it's important to be explicit in that question. Right, so don't just assume, oh, I'm gonna put down everybody's name. I think everybody's supportive of it. Like, I think we should explicitly ask, right?
Yeah, maybe I should nuance what I said before, is that even if you're not sure exactly what the outcome's gonna be, you probably don't want to co-sponsor something unless it's something you care about and would like to see some action on, right?
Sure.
If you say, look, that's your thing, I don't really know anything about it, or what I do know, I'm not sure I'm that enthusiastic, so you might want to go to somebody else.
Well, I just think it's important, if we're not gonna be using committees, we're gonna have to be maybe more blunt with each other sometimes, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff that gets messed up. I had a question, so does the survey populate this spreadsheet now? Automatically?
No.
So you guys are gonna be doing manual population?
Yeah.
Well,
We looked into that, but then we
It's hard
still
to
have to
share.
do like a whole bunch of other things, and then,
Another question is, sometimes we have like informational requests. Have we considered some sort of system for submitting those? My department, right, IT, you submit a ticket, and then that gets assigned, and somebody handles that, and then they disposition that ticket after a certain amount of time. And we can track which tickets have been. I'm not saying we need to get all
You're saying,
complicated
like,
on
if
it,
you-
but like,
If you wanted a map of ADUs.
sometimes I might not want something to go to a work meeting
Yeah.
until I've done my research and
Yeah,
thought, oh, okay, but I might ask you guys for more information or do some research on it, but it might not be appropriate for that survey, right, or for this
Yeah.
issue.
we can make another one.
I'm not saying we just need to start making
Well, and
spreadsheets,
I
but I'm
think
trying to make your
also-
job easier as well, like.
I think a lot of those requests also could go through Justin, because he might be able to just call a department head and present something, or Justin might be able to.
Well, and Justin should assign those
have
out
the
or
information.
whatever. I think that's what we do.
But we
now.
can talk about that.
We're trying to balance our needs with their time constraints. I think, Justin, you're the referee on that.
Yeah.
I mean, what I think we don't want is individual council members calling Malia and Michael and making them our personal secretaries to the 10 different pet projects we have going. On the other hand, I don't think Michael and Malia want to be unhelpful to anybody on the council and make them feel like they're just, like, oh man, I don't want to talk to Travis again. So I think this is why it's just a little better. I suppose if there's a simple ask and there's a simple answer, that's probably just a matter of making a phone call. But if you're actually starting to put time on them, I think it's probably a good idea to say, I need at least one other council member who also wants to research this issue. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not
And
really
maybe
answering
you
the
can-
question, but if it's like a simple, like I just need a map or something, but if you're talking, a few hours of work for them to do, then they need to say, hey, am I just responding to one counselor, or is this a potential work item request? Did I speak
Yeah,
for
and
you in that?
no, I
accurately?
think that's fine. I think that's fair.
So continue with the system as is, send requests to Justin. That's fine.
Okay. So anyway, that's the system we created, and yeah, we'll send everything out next week. How
It's great. Thanks so much. Thanks for all that work too, and getting all the general plan data in there. And hopefully this also, for the administration's sake, clarifies for you and your staff, that they don't have to respond to, if individual council members are going to individual staff members and saying, I need this, that, and the other, this is the process through which it should happen. And hopefully that reduces that problem and increases the flexibility of the staff to be able to address and help with different issues. Our goal was to just kind of see if we couldn't reduce the standing meetings that are not as efficient in terms of time. So.
Okay, Michael, did you?
Yeah, the scores.
Well, we need Shipley's,
Yeah.
we need Shipley's votes.
Oh, Shipley's.
Let's just make him tell us his verbally.
And Dave did text me with one item that's.
Oh, yeah, we didn't count Travis's focus.
No, the +5 was on behalf of Shipley for debt reduction.
Oh.
I made a dot.
You made a green dot?
Yes.
So, Dave, you wanted to put all 5 of your votes on debt reduction, is that what you wanted?
Well, it's not gonna move the needle on ones that I think are really important. I think cybersecurity, I put it out there, I put it out on plans, but the debt reduction thing is kind of it's a personal thing I've already mentioned. Like I'll make sure and work with John on evaluating that, and then if there's something I need to report back to the council, I will, so.
Dave did mention to me in a text as he was leaving EV infrastructure, which no one had thought of. But as soon as he texted me, I was like, oh yeah, I wonder if that's not a bigger budgetary issue, but do we know anything about that?
Yeah, I believe that is coming to, there's, Mark is working on a memo on electric vehicle infrastructure and also the conversations with, what's the section? Kevin Emerson and the Natural Resources Committee is planning on coming back to things like that for the end of January.
And it was listed multiple times, legislative and budgetary, so
okay.
We have it high up on legislative priorities.
We're good then.
All right. So we got about 15 minutes.
All right, we'll put, so Malik, if you could just pull up that spreadsheet, and I'll put all of Dave's votes on debt reduction.
That's more exciting though.
But he said cybersecurity.
I did.
Cybersecurity plans and debt reduction.
Yeah.
But I don't know how he would weight those. So.
Yeah, so you have 3 red dots and 1 blue dot.
Just ask.
This is very serious.
But it's already prioritized that way, so the plans and cybersecurity are 2 of my top.
Okay, well,
That's good.
there we go. All right, so number 1 with 7 votes is the plans. Number 2, cybersecurity with 6.
Wait,
The plan should just be 6.
That 1 green dot was somebody's red dot that went missing. So the plan.
why is this not?
The red dots are 1.
Yeah.
Value of 1.
Yes.
Oh, mine just didn't rerank it. Like 3 is down here.
You probably ordered column C.
I see everyone.
It's not okay.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got the plans with 7 votes. Cybersecurity number 2 with 6 votes. Debt reduction number 3 with 5 votes, and then Provo app, legislative session coordination, Southeast Coast Restore and Ice Rink are all tied with 4 votes.
Hey, can I add some nuance here? The sidewalk repair and replacement is not different from sidewalk audit, isn't it?
Well, the results of the sidewalk audit kind of imply a sidewalk
Yeah.
replacement.
Okay, yeah, I guess I didn't vote for sidewalk audit because I thought it had already been done. So, I don't know, just some interesting nuance.
Anyway, this is just an exercise. You guys obviously are not close to that because you're the council and you can do whatever you want, but we just thought this would be a better way than just discussing it and then we just send an email and wait for people to reply. So you have some concrete votes that were done and now you can kind of discuss priorities this way.
I think some of it too, I didn't vote for the Provo Mall because based on some of the comments we heard today, right? Like, it's not that it's not a priority, but it's almost like kind of being handled and.
It's not immediate.
It's not something maybe that we get involved in, right now. So I don't know if that clarifies that just because something didn't get a vote might not mean it's not important to the council, but we're kind of, what's floating up to the top as far as what might be actionable for this year, so to speak, or.
Well, it's not like this is binding on us.
Well, I'm just gonna create an AI bot that just votes for me every time at council meetings, and I won't even have to show up. You guys just know how I feel about my AI bot.
Like, do a return.
Will it be will it have your sense of humor though? I don't know.
I'll work on that, yeah.
It will, but not good grammar.
I sort of feel like as I look at that list, I mean, cybersecurity already was on our previous thing. It got mentioned again this time. I think it's still a priority for us. Plans don't seem to have any immediate financial implication for budget prioritization because we've pretty much paid for all of that. But I think everyone, probably put it there for the reason that they don't want it to get slowed down. Everything else I'm just kind of going through the list to see if I can identify anything that doesn't either require a work session, like the Southeast grocery store. I'd love to hear more about that. I'd love to explore that. The Provo app, I don't know if that can get folded into the web design. If you're willing to look at it, can we just assume that you will? Because it looks like we've got strong support and interest in it. Whether or not it ends up being feasible or whether or not you end up getting a product you like and that we think is going to work for the city, or for whatever reason, a decision is made not to, but it sounds like there's enough interest that we'd like to recommend that and see what you come back with. I guess I'm just wondering if there's anything here that becomes a new budget priority that had not been on our list previously.
Communicating about the legislative session and the field house stuff. I just read.
Okay.
Legislative coordination might not be a budget item.
Is that a budget
That's
item?
not a budget. The ice rink, I guess.
I think the ice rink field house would be a
The ice
budget
rink,
thing.
the Provo app are the two, and so cybersecurity, we are gonna have a budget thing with whatever
Right.
comes out of them.
And I would imagine on the field house, that may not be a budget item for this year, but it's something that we need to get plans in place so that maybe next year, the year after. But this is a matter of getting that ball rolling.
Is that something you would, I mean, maybe I'm not remembering all the details of what you said earlier about that, but is that something that if we prioritize changes your CIP plan or your own?
It could, and it could be something that's fluid enough to where we could come in with schematic, working with an architect and show some concepts to administration and the council to see if we're hitting the target on some of these elements and then take it from there. And then that's always, once we have something that a concept we buy into, then it seems like going down that funding road seems to make a lot more sense. We agree in concept and then it turns into a real project if it's gonna make.
Yeah,
That and a personal escort for Travis.
There's probably a budget.
I'll send an AI
Well,
bot.
that's for consultant, hard to back up, and to get to a consultant backup, it seems like it increased a little bit, sizing.
Yeah.
I think we're all open to that, but it sounds like, maybe a work session, it sounds like, but you need confidence from us that you've got a majority of the council saying we want you to go through that effort.
That would be great, because that would just get us all excited and then, no, we're not gonna do that.
So is there a majority, and so, should we ask for a motion on that?
Don't we want to start with the work session just to review like?
Well, that's what I'm asking, is
Oh,
there?
for the work session?
Well, okay, I guess we don't need a majority of the council.
We
I
can
don't
put
know,
it-
it's a big ask, it feels like to me. Maybe it would be helpful to get a majority vote of the council now and say, that we think it's worth the time for your staff to prepare a presentation so that we could look at the financial implications, and then we could make a vote on what to do.
But aren't they gonna do that anyway with the Olympics coordination? Like, I just feel like this is like they're gonna be looking at improvements and possible improvements anyway, to have that be an ask of the Olympic committee.
And I think
So we might as well go down that road.
I think there's a conversation to be had before we commission an architect, right, to talk about what are our expectations, and is it just the parking lot, and where does that fit in the timeline of an Olympic bid, right? And are we getting ahead of ourselves because the parking lot has to be torn out in 3 years? So I think just having some preliminary information before we start a study or something more initial.
And maybe even a discussion there, because we've already gotten money from the state to hire an architect for the Olympics, so we have an architect on hand, and then the next year, we're getting approximately, I think, $800,000 towards the arena, which we had looked at some parking elements and expanding the adjacent parking and doing some things there, you know, getting ready not only for our day-to-day use, but getting ready for the Olympics. But I think this seems like, to me, a solid addition to the momentum, you know, adding to the facility for day-to-day use and in preparation for being an Olympic venue. So I think we can talk about this thing, and I wouldn't worry about the elements of, you know, bringing in an architect and all, because I think we already have them on hand. So I think we can go down this road and see if there's something that we all get excited about.
Yeah, 2 more fields.
Yeah.
So it sounds like there's an interest on the council for that kind of a presentation. I don't think any of us knows what the implications are yet, right? So
It sounds like the hardest thing is gonna be staffing it.
Yes.
especially that escort for Travis to go.
He's only
Because they're gonna have to, it's gotta be somebody who's on call, like whenever Travis happens to show up.
I can drive the Zamboni.
That's really
Let's
complicated.
just say I'm not there working out most days, so I'll just give you the season.
So, well, if you get him injured early, then you don't have to worry about it.
Councilor Hanley, I think
Yes.
what staff can do is, I think this is really informative for departments, especially as they come and prepare their budget presentations. Now they have kind of an idea of what the council's looking at. We can reach out to departments, follow up, let them know these are some of the ideas that the council has. They're still looking to narrow them down. They'd like more information. Can you come prepared to your budget presentations beginning in, February with information on some of these items, if that works.
Yeah, what might be more useful than how many votes something got is the ones that got no votes. That to me is interesting, that, there wasn't any support, really.
We only had four talks. Doesn't mean you didn't have interest in it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying it wasn't a priority for anyone, really. Means something to me, but.
When the tree falls on your house, it'll be interesting.
Well, and keep in mind, I love the system that we've got set up. I think this is really great. The nice thing about it is that it allows us enough agility that because sometimes issues come up, this has been one of my worries is, you got all these committees, then you get an email from somebody who says, hey, I got this major problem, and you realize, we don't really address that very well. I don't really know. And then I just kind of say, well, I can't really address it now because the committee's working on something. It's too much for them to work on something else. This way, it doesn't make everything actionable right away, but it gives me at least the option of saying, I now want to place this thing up number 1 because this is more time sensitive, and it can kind of help shift things around a little bit. I'm just hoping it makes us a little more agile as a council. All right, so
Good job, staff.
I'm not seeing, I guess we're not seeing anything right off the bat yet that's an immediate yes, new budget priority, but potentially 2 or 3 items if we got more information on them. And there's some interest in exploring that. Is that enough in clarity for you guys going forward? Yeah. All right. Bill had a question about the form that, what do these numbers mean on the far right?
So these were just the tally sheets from the initial emails that counselors had sent in, if they've been mentioned multiple times.
Okay, so that's how many people mentioned that item.
I assume.
Okay. All right, we do have a need for a closed session. So I will consider a motion to close the meeting.
Chair, I move that we close the meeting.
Is there a second?
And before you vote, let me
No.
just.
Yeah,
state for the
Mr.
record-
Jones needs to explain why.
The reason
Yeah, let me just state for the record that there has been a request for a closed meeting. There is an issue of character and competency of individuals. There's another topic regarding reasonable imminent litigation. Those are both approved topics under the state statute, so the motion is approved.
Okay, so we have a motion from Counselor Ellsworth, a second from Counselor Whipple. I will call for a vote on the motion. I, George Hanlon, will vote yes. Counselor McKay,
Yes.
Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth,
Yes.
Counselor Shipley,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor Fillmore. All right, that is unanimous. So we will now adjourn this Provo Municipal Council meeting by unanimous consent. No, we now recess.
We're just closing.
We're just closing this deal. All right. Okay, so now the recording's off?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Justin, you'll just click end at the bottom right, the red button. And then say end meeting for all.